Chapter 1342. Prisoner. Dongbua Shui Ing muttered. He was incredibly shocked. He knew that there were many innate chaotic origin life forms in this sacred world. But who would have thought that there were high-graded chaotic origin life forms? Jumping out of the cage and becoming a chaotic origin life form. Just like a two-dimensional life form stepping into a three-dimensional life form. It was a leap in the essence of life. And there were differences in strength between the three-dimensional life forms too. Even an ant living on the ground and a dragon living in the sky would be thousands of times stronger. Similar logic. These most commonly seen innate chaotic origin life forms were incredibly numerous. They were also the weakest and weakest life forms. Shui Ing and the other apex overlords who had yet to jump out of the cage could even fight against them. They even had a chance of killing them. But the half-chaotic origin life form body was the bottleneck for Dongbua Shui Ing and the others. Only after breaking through would they be qualified to be called a chaotic origin expert. Chaotic origin expert. Only high-graded chaotic origin life forms were qualified to be called a chaotic origin expert. Right, prisoner? The muscular stone giant, Scarlet Demon, nodded with a smile. In this sacred world, those innate chaotic origin life forms are separated into tribes. Each tribe has at least a few thousand of them, and some even have a few 100,000 of them. And some of the bigger tribes have a tribe leader that is a high-graded chaotic origin life form. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he could easily turn us into dust with a breath. But fortunately, all high-graded chaotic origin life forms are imprisoned in this sacred world. They are all shackled. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. This sacred world should be created by Yuan and other magnificent existences. The Temple of Guidance had clearly been deliberately designed to receive cultivators from many worlds. Rest assured. By the side, God Eagle Snake said, high-graded chaotic origin life forms are restricted by the shackles. Even though they could force their way out of their territories, the further they are from their territories, the stronger the punishment on the shackles would be. They would also become weaker. If they dared to come to Scarlet Cloud City, any cultivator could easily kill them. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. The intelligence was written clearly. Those imprisoned chaotic origin experts were the strongest in their territories. The further they were from their territories, the stronger the punishment they would suffer. Only one exception, Lei Meng whispered. Yes, he is an exception. God Hawk Snake, Crimson Fiend, and the old phone were all solemn. Dongbua Shui Ing also understood what the other party was talking about, because the intelligence provided by Lightning Xiao clearly stated that the chaotic origin experts imprisoned in this sacred world were all high-graded chaotic origin life forms. But just like how ordinary chaotic origin life forms would only have the strength of an early-stage God Emperor, and the stronger ones would have the strength of a Grand Perfection God Emperor, the strongest high-graded chaotic origin life form was located in the Forbidden Ground Sea of Abyss. The Sea of Abyss occupied 1/10 of this sacred world. The entire Sea of Abyss had imprisoned an expert who had reached the pinnacle of high-graded chaotic origin life forms. Its body was so big that it occupied half of the Sea of Abyss. If it were to walk out of the Sea of Abyss, the punishment from the chains would rapidly increase. Its strength would also be continuously weakened, and its body would also continuously shrink. But even so, once it reached Scarlet Cloud City, even if all the experts of Scarlet Cloud City joined hands to deal with it, it would be hard to say if they would be able to resist it. The Sea of Abyss Master is incredibly powerful. Old Man Fu and drank his wine flask. He shook his head. If it were to walk out of the Sea of Abyss on its own, its strength would continuously weaken. By then, we would still have the strength to fight against it. But if we dared to head to the Sea of Abyss, even if all the cultivators in the sacred world worked together, it would most likely be able to slap us to death with a single palm. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. The other party's body was so big that it occupied half the Sea of Abyss. The size of a palm was likely more than 50 billion kilometers, and this was because of the suppression from the world. Even though it is dangerous, it is also a huge opportunity. God Eagle Snake said, "The corpse of any high-graded chaotic origin life form is worth unimaginable. It is sufficient to make those bloodline cultivators and even witches go crazy over it. If we could kill the Sea of Abyss Master, the one who contributed the most would immediately be bestowed by a magnificent overlord that created this world." Dongbua Shueing had also seen this point recorded in the intelligence report. This was something that everyone in the sacred world knew. The Sea of Abyss Master represented the greatest danger and also the greatest opportunity. Every time it died, the expert who contributed the most would be bestowed it. Those who cultivated bloodline would almost have a 100% chance of breaking through to the chaotic origin level. And those who were Tao, cultivators, and other existences would similarly obtain an unprecedented opportunity. But the possibility of breaking through was uncertain. Because according to the legends, the moment a Tao cultivator broke through, he would immediately become an apex existence amongst chaotic origin experts. But the difficulty of breaking through was extremely high. "Prisoners," Dongbua Shueing muttered to himself. "It seems that the chaotic origin experts, who are high above, aren't living in harmony with each other. Those high-graded chaotic origin life forms are imprisoned here, becoming the grindstones for us cultivators." Dongbua Shueing thought. Those prisoners were all high-graded chaotic origin life forms. The Sea of Abyss Master was even at the pinnacle of high-graded chaotic origin life forms. Yet he still ended up like this. That's right. Didn't Yuan get injured before? Dongbua Shueing thought. The corpses of those two chaotic origin life forms that died could form the Broken Teeth mountain range. For instance, that huge snake had a body length comparable to an origin world. Yuan, Lord Lo Cheng, and other existences nurtured them in the hopes of nurturing new chaotic origin experts. My hometown and the realm heart, great land. Yuan and Lord Lo Cheng have never imparted any cultivation techniques that utilized chaotic origin bloodlines. It seems they don't wish for US to walk this path. Dongbua Shueing understood that in this sacred world, for instance, witchcraft would absorb chaotic origin bloodlines to become stronger. But this path would only allow one to break through to become a high-graded chaotic origin life form. Yuan and the others would most likely disdain such a path. Breaking through as a Tao cultivator, that should be what Yuan and the others hoped for. Dongbua Shueing chatted with these four experts. This sacred world had gathered experts from many different worlds. All of them had some intelligence regarding chaotic origin experts. For instance, Vice City Master Wu Shao was the strongest descendant of a chaotic origin expert. Because too many experts had gathered here, the experts in the sacred world had sufficient intelligence regarding chaotic origin experts. Dongbua Shueing chatted with them and understood more. He understood that chaotic origin life forms were mainly divided into 4 levels. Low-graded chaotic origin life forms were the weakest. They were ants amongst chaotic origin life forms. High-graded chaotic origin life forms were considered the 2nd level. Cultivating on the path of chaotic origin bloodlines would allow one to break through to this level. This was already a qualitative transformation. One could easily kill 10 million low-graded chaotic origin life forms with a flip of his hand. World realm chaotic origin life forms. This was the 3rd level, like Tao cultivators who controlled an origin world. This level was already very powerful, especially Tao cultivators. They could perfectly utilize the energy of an origin world within their own origin world. They were completely unparalleled. As long as Tao cultivators broke through, like refining the origin source of an origin world, they would usually reach this level. Overlords were rumored to be the highest level. It was said that they protected many territories. Those territories that were protected by them were their territories in the legends of the sacred world. If Tao cultivators broke through with force, they could step into this level. They had seen through the essence of the highest level of energy. Every single action of theirs would be filled with unfathomable might. I've heard that Lord Lo Ching broke through with force. Dongbua Shuiying thought. The legend of Lord Lo Ching had spread even across the realm heart great land, even in the sacred world. Who would have thought that Lord Lo Ching is an overlord at the highest level? Dongbua Shuiying was startled. In his hometown origin world, Lord Lo Ching was low profile and aloof. Many disciples who joined the Star City did not have the chance to receive guidance from Lord Lo Ching. Thinking about it now, even though Lord Lo Ching was most likely just an avatar in his hometown, how could such an existence easily accept disciples? It was rare for the other party to give him and Sword Master an opportunity. But Lord Lo Ching can't do anything about the destruction of an origin world. The strength of his avatar is similarly suppressed within the origin world. Dongbua Shuiying thought, no wonder it is said that Tao cultivators who control an origin world are unparalleled within it. Dongbua Shuiying guessed wrongly. How could Lord Lo Ching not be comparable to an ownerless origin world? It's just that his strength was too great. If he descended completely, he would simply cause the entire origin world to explode. An origin world with an owner, under the control of its owner, its strength would be perfectly united. Only then would it not fear the overlords. Dongbua Shuiying had yet to jump out of the chaotic origin level. He was merely deducing from the intelligence reports. Chapter 1343. Dongbua Shuiying and the others ate all the way until the next day. Even though Scarlet Demon and the others were the first team responsible for rescuing the newcomers, there were only so many cultivators in the sacred world. Usually, it would take a long time for a newcomer to arrive. Furthermore, the entire city spanned over 50,000 kilometers. They could easily rush to the city walls, even if they were scattered across the city. Within Fu's garden, Dongbua Shuiying and the others stood up. They were prepared to leave. Fei Xue, these are the roasted meat you wanted. A total of 300 cubes. It should be enough for you to eat for 3 million years. Old Man Fu and passed a storage wristband to Dongbua Shuiying. There was a large amount of roasted meat stored within. Dongbua Shuiying inspected it. The amount of roasted meat was comparable to more than half the body of that Shadow Reaper. After all, many parts of the bones and scales could not be made into roasted meat. Fu would also charge some fees. This roasted meat was the most convenient to cook, but the taste was not bad. Many thanks. Dongbua Shuiying received it with a grin. It will only last for 3 million years. By then, you will still have to go out and hunt. Scarlet Demon said, You don't have any experience since this is your first time hunting. It is best to find a huge hunting team with at least 50 cultivators. Understood. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. If one wanted to go out and hunt, he could simply send an application to the Scarlet Cloud Hall through the communication treasure. The Scarlet Cloud Hall would always announce the name list of the hunting team. The hunting team would have at least 30 members, and at most 100 members. The moment the team was formed, they would inform those who applied for the mission. This hunting team would usually hunt around the Scarlet Cloud City. The danger level was relatively low, and it was only for the sake of food. But even if the danger level was low, there would still be large batches of chaotic origin life forms that would ambush them. Oh right, fellow cultivators. Dongbua Shuiying saw that Scarlet Demon and the others were about to leave. He added, I wish to purchase the body parts of chaotic origin life forms that contain the laws and profound mysteries of the void. I will exchange for them with twice the amount of flesh, but I will only collect the same body parts once. Also, I do not need the body parts of void, lineage, chaotic origin life forms. Body parts that contain the profound mysteries of the void, yet you do not want them? This request is a little strange. Good. I do have some reserves. Crimson Devil, Lei Meng, Eagle Snake, and Phone all looked delighted. Fu and hurriedly added, I've killed many chaotic origin life forms before. I've collected all sorts of scales and fur. As a gourmet whose business was the best, his collection of scales, armors, bones, and the like were among the best in Scarlet Cloud City. We'll exchange with Brother Feishua first. You'll be the last. Scarlet Demon said, Yes, you're the last. If you're going to trade, what else are we going to trade for? God Eagle Snake and Thunder Mantis said. Fu snickered to himself, not in a hurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crimson Fiend and the other two waved their hands, and a large number of scales, bones, horns, thick skin, hair, and other items were thrown out. All of them contained the profound mysteries of the void. One had to know that an innate chaotic origin life form's body was the manifestation of laws. Some parts manifested different rules, just like how the eyes of that thousand-eyed creature contained the profound mysteries of the mirage and illusory realm. The other parts of its body were different. Similar logic. An innate chaotic origin life form that specialized in fire might have a body composition that exceeded 90% of the cooldown of fire-related profound mysteries. But there were still a few other laws. Even non-void lineage chaotic origin life forms would still have a small portion of their body containing the profound mysteries of the void. I don't want those that overlap with each other. Scarlet Demon, keep this piece of scale. Based on what? We took it out together, so why should I keep it? You took out more than me. AI. This piece of scale of yours should be the scale of a void shadow dragon, right? Brother Feishua said that we don't need any void lineage chaotic origin life form materials. Too much. I took the wrong one. You must be deliberately taking the wrong one. I disdain deceiving you for this bit of flesh and blood. Brother Feishua, just treat this Fong as a free gift. They were all absolute overlords in their hometown, but now, for the sake of food, they were all fighting over it. After all, scales, bones, hair, and many other materials could not be used as food. Previously, they were treated as trash and placed by the side, but now they could be exchanged for twice the volume of food. Furthermore, the chaotic origin life forms in the sacred world came from different tribes, and each tribe had a huge population. It was easy to find similar materials. That was why Dongbua Shuaying said that he did not want those that overlap with each other. He got them for the sake of comprehending and cultivating. Why would he want similar materials? Come. Dongbua Shuaying chuckled as he exchanged for the chaotic origin life form materials that contain the profound mysteries of the void. God Eagle Snake, Lightning Shao, and Scarlet Demon had exchanged for a total of 10 cubes of barbecued meat. Each of them had obtained enough food to last them for several tens of thousands of years. It should be my turn now, right? Fuin grinned. Brother Fuin, please. Dongbua Shuaying chuckled. You are really generous to give out double the amount of meat. Some stingy ones would only give out double the amount of meat. Fuin said, in the sacred world, one's flesh was calculated based on its volume. Because of the suppression from the laws of the world, the weaker ones would be suppressed even more. Even if they could change their size during battle the moment they died, their bodies would revert back to their original size. Flesh of the same volume would contain the same amount of energy. Who? Fu and waved his hand. At that moment, a dense amount of materials were thrown out. An expert like him would naturally not throw out the same materials after seeing the materials thrown out by Scarlet Demon and the other two. Scarlet Demon and the other two added up only exchanged for close to 10 cubes of barbecued meat. And the materials that Fu and threw out alone had exchanged for more than 190 cubes of barbecued meat for Dongbua Shuaying. Younger brother Feishua, it is too much for you to exchange for double the amount of meat. That's right, you are letting old Fu earn so much. Scarlet Demon and the others could not help but say, It's nothing much. Dongbua Shuaying chuckled. He waved his hand again, throwing out another Shadow Reaper corpse. This time he took out a total of 2 Shadow Reaper corpses, Garden Master Fu-in. Help me exchange them for barbecued meat. Ha ha ha, you still have the Shadow Reaper? Fu-in laughed inwardly. He had just earned a huge sum from Dongbu Shuang. He said, straightforwardly, all right, I won't take any benefits from you for this Shadow Reaper. I'll give you 320 cubes of barbecued meat. Another batch of barbecued meat was exchanged. Dongbu Shuang was in a good mood because those materials contained profound mysteries at the chaotic origin level. Naturally, they were hard to come by. You still aren't taking any benefits? Humph. The materials you have taken out previously have practically exchanged for all the materials you can exchange for. Scarlet Demon's voice was firm as he snorted. Haha, it isn't just almost. I've exchanged them all. Fu said delightedly. If I don't give the 3 of you a chance to exchange first, you can't even exchange for a single set of materials. Other than the prisoners, as long as I have killed ordinary innate chaotic origin life forms before, I've personally killed them and collected many materials. Dongbu Shuang nodded. He had collected everything? Younger brother Feishue, why are you only exchanging for these? Void lineage chaotic origin life forms usually have bodies that have a cooldown of more than 9. They contain the profound mysteries of the void. Researching them will be of greater help to you. God Eagle Snake looked at Dongbu Shuang. No rush. Dongbu Shuang said, I'm prepared to make a public acquisition. Public acquisition? You still have many corpses of chaotic origin life forms? God Eagle Snake, Fu-in, Scarlet Demon, and Lightning Xiao were all startled. What price did he have to pay to make a public acquisition? No, I don't have many. Dongbu Shuang shook his head. Then why are you still making a public acquisition? That's right. Chaotic origin life forms with grand perfection strength, like God Emperor, can be killed. Their bodies are bigger, and more laws are manifested on the surface of their bodies. Hence, their price is much higher too. A grand perfection god is worth more than 10,000 times more than a middle stage god emperor, chaotic origin, life form like you. How are you going to exchange for it? They all looked at Dongbu Shuang. I have a chaotic origin, life form that I brought from my hometown. I've checked, and there isn't any in the sacred world. Dongbu Shuang chuckled. Actually, he had 2 chaotic origin life form corpses that he brought from the lightning world in his storage treasure. One was obtained from the crown prince of Iron Dragon City Master. The other one was obtained from the Spectre Sect Master. There isn't a chaotic origin life form in the sacred world? At that moment, Scarlet Demon and the others exclaimed in shock. No, that would be very precious, because Dao cultivators would pay a lot of attention to the corpses of chaotic origin life forms when comprehending the laws and profound mysteries, because their bodies would manifest laws. A chaotic origin life form that had never appeared before was sufficient to make the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City green with envy. Under the envious gazes of Scarlet Demon and the other 3, Dongbu Shuang used his communication treasure to send a message through the Scarlet Cloud Hall to all cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City. The message was simple. I have a complete corpse of a flame lineage chaotic origin life form that I brought from another world. This is something that has never appeared before in the sacred world. I am willing to use this to purchase the complete corpse of a void lineage chaotic origin life form for 10,000 years. The highest bidder will get it. The starting price is 3 different grand perfection God Emperor void lineage chaotic origin life forms. The moment Dongbu Shuang released this message, it had caused a huge uproar among the experts in Scarlet Cloud City, especially the experts who cultivated the flame lineage. Their eyes turned red. If not for the ban in the city, killing was prohibited within the city. Those who disobeyed would be surrounded and killed by all experts. If not for this ban, there would have been experts who would have killed and snatched the treasures. Naturally, Dongbu Shuang would not have publicized it. What? A corpse of a flame lineage, chaotic origin life form that has never appeared before in the sacred world. The asking price is too high. The starting price is 3 different grand perfection god emperor corpses? How ruthless! Does he really think it is so easy to get a grand perfection god emperor chaotic origin life form? This newcomer is really ruthless. And this is still the starting price. The entire Scarlet Cloud City was in an uproar. The reason why Dongbua Shui quoted the starting price was because it was 3 grand perfection god emperor chaotic origin life forms and not higher. That was because grand perfection god emperor chaotic origin life forms were really hard to kill. Like in the lightning world, it was impossible to kill one. Even in this sacred world where there were more experts working together, killing a grand perfection god emperor chaotic origin life form was still very difficult. Furthermore, a grand perfection chaotic origin life form, like god emperor chaotic origin life form, had a huge body. Just the flesh and blood it could be exchanged for was enough to last for close to 100 billion years. Even though the asking price is ruthless, I'm afraid the final price will not be this high. The few flame experts at the apex are all very wealthy. They felt that the asking price was too exaggerated, yet they understood that the final price would be much higher. At the same time, when various places were in an uproar within one of the cavern dwellings in Scarlet Cloud City, there was another newcomer who came to Dongbua Shui not long ago. He was none other than Great Emperor North River. Purchasing void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses? The starting price is so high. Great Emperor North River similarly received the news. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. Jealousy, envy and jealousy, injustice. He, Great Emperor North River, had always been low profile in the lightning world. His Eden treasure did not bring any chaotic origin life form corpses over. Hence, Great Emperor North River still had to worry about food. He had already applied to join the newest hunting team because his current food was given to him by the experts who rescued him. It could barely last him for 10,000 years. I don't even have any food, yet he easily called out a price. That has driven the Apex Flame lineage experts in Scarlet Cloud City crazy. North River shook his head. They similarly came from the Broken Teeth mountain range to the lightning world before arriving here. Why was the gap between their days so huge? Chapter 1344. Scarlet Cloud City within the cavern dwelling of Dongbua Shuang. God Eagle Snake, Lightning Shao, and Scarlet Demon sent Dongbua Shuang back to his residence before bidding farewell. Younger brother Feishue, let me remind you before you leave. Scarlet Demon suppressed his voice. The experts in this Scarlet Cloud City come from many worlds. Almost all of them are absolute experts in their own world, but their personalities are different. Some are proud and aloof. Some are evil. Some are tyrannical. There are more than 3,000 experts with more than 3,000 different faces. For a newcomer like you to take out a chaotic origin life form that doesn't even exist in the sacred world to compete for treasures, I'm afraid you might incur the jealousy of others. Jealousy? Dongbua Shui felt his heart moving. He had never thought that all 3,000 experts were good people. That was impossible, since they could cultivate to this stage. The ratio of devils in his hometown origin world, Realm Heartgreat Land, and Lightning World would not be low. As for killing others to snatch their treasures, it was even more common. The reason why Dongbua Shui dared to publicize it was because he knew of the prohibition within Scarlet Cloud City. It prohibited killing within the city. Those who dared to do so would be attacked by all experts in the city. Younger brother Feishue, God Eagle Snake, reminded, because of the prohibition, an absolute majority of experts do not dare to have any thoughts. But there are a few dozen top-ranked experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Some of them are evil and tyrannical. Because they are strong enough, they usually do things in a tyrannical manner. You have to be careful. Unless they dare to act within the city? Dongbua Shui asked. They don't dare to do so. The entire Scarlet Cloud City covers a total area of over 50,000 kilometers. Furthermore, there are many protective arrays protecting the city. The moment one fights, the slightest ripple would be discovered by the arrays. Those who dared to act would be attacked by all experts in the city. They would definitely die. After all, this is a place where we cultivate. We have to ensure absolute safety. Nobody dares to challenge this point. God Eagle Snake said, but you can't possibly stay in the city forever, right? As long as they don't dare to act within the city, that's fine. Dongbua Shue Ing chuckled. You, God Eagle Snake, shook his head. Deity Eagle Snake, what are you worried about? Younger brother Fei Shue should be able to obtain several grand perfection, chaotic origin, life-form corpses from God Emperor during this auction. Barbecued meat alone is enough to last for hundreds of billions of years, Lei Meng said. In any case, be careful. God Eagle Snake reminded. I'll give you a detailed report on the experts in the city. As he spoke, he sent a piece of information through his communication treasure. Thanks. Dongbua Shueing was very grateful. The report was very detailed, and he immediately saw a person called North River. Great Emperor North River knew that there were a total of more than 3,000 experts in this city. If Dongbua Shueing were to come, he would not be able to hide it. Moreover, killing was forbidden in the city. Be careful. Crimson Demon also reminded. Then Crimson Devil, Godhawk Snake, and Lei Meng left. Dongbua Shueing personally walked him to the door. After the other party left, Dongbua Shueing ordered, the two of you wait here. If a guest comes, send a message to me. Yes, master. The two puppet servants respectfully answered. These puppet servants were brought along in the cavern dwelling. They were slightly weaker, but they could resist against the suppression of the world in this sacred world. They were meant to serve the cultivators, but there were only two of them. I'll refine a few more. Dongbua Shueing thought. It might be slightly troublesome for others to refine puppet servants, but it was much easier for him. He could directly create them in his mirage cosmos. He could directly turn illusory into reality. There were conditions for creating objects in the mirage cosmos. Firstly, he had to understand the most minute structure of the material being created. If he did not understand and grasp the material, he would naturally not be able to create it. Secondly, he had to consume sufficient energy. For instance, some of the more powerful weapons like the spear Dongbua Shueing bought in the lightning world were refined by a chaotic origin expert. Dongbua Shueing did not have absolute control over the materials used. It was even harder for him to see through the internal structure of the weapon after refinement. Naturally, he could not create objects. The more precious it was, the more mysterious it would be. It was hard for him to see through its essence. What he could create were some of the more ordinary items, and it was much simpler to create puppets that could survive in this sacred world. As long as they reached the most basic level of void god, it would suffice. Just the time taken to brew a cup of tea later, a total of 6 puppet servants were created. They were actually 6 female attendants, cultivating in the cavern dwelling. Shueing naturally left the miscellaneous matters to the servants. Delightful. Dongbua Shueing sat within a garden. He was drinking wine and eating the roasted meat in big mouthfuls. The roasted meat was placed within the storage space. Time was restricted within the storage space. When the roasted meat was taken out, it looked as if it had just been cooked. By the side, 2 female attendants were pouring wine and serving him. I'm full. Dongbua Shueing waved his hand and kept the roasted meat. Following that with a thought, 9 pieces of scales appeared in front of him. These scales were filled with law inscriptions that contained the profound mysteries of the void. Previously, he had bought a large amount of miscellaneous materials, observing and comprehending. There are many chaotic origin, life-form materials that contain the profound mysteries of the void in this sacred world. From this point, it is truly a holy land for cultivation. Dongbua Shueing sighed inwardly. It's a pity that there aren't any materials related to the mirage and illusory realm in the entire sacred world. There were no innate chaotic origin life forms that cultivated the mirage and illusory realm lineage. Even if other chaotic origin life forms had body materials that contained the profound mysteries of the mirage and illusory realm, similarly there were none. Dongbua Shueing had previously asked Fu En when he was in Fu's garden. Profound mysteries of the mirage and illusory realm are hard to find even on chaotic origin life forms. Dongbua Shueing thought, in his hometown origin world, that myriad tentacles dragon son that was imprisoned in the 3 fire prison realms cauldron contained an extremely small portion of the profound mysteries of the Tao of mirage and illusory realm. It's just that it was too rare. Dongbua Shueing did not know. Even though the myriad tentacles dragon son was weak, its bloodline was incredibly noble. It was the child body of the myriad tentacles dragon mother. The myriad tentacles dragon mother was one of the most terrifying innate chaotic origin life forms. Yuan and other existences had to work together before they could kill it. Yuan had even bestowed a droplet of the myriad tentacles dragon mother's heart blood, allowing Dongbua Shueing's soul to undergo a transformation. Of course, Dongbua Shueing did not know about this, and the other thousand-eyed existence. It was also one of the 2 terrifying chaotic origin life forms that transformed into the Broken Teeth mountain range. It could even injure Yuan. Clearly, chaotic origin life forms that contained profound mysteries of the mirage and illusory realm had extremely noble bloodlines. At least in this sacred world. There wasn't a single one. Within the sacred world, there were many clans, and there were many of them, and having a high number meant that the bloodline wasn't that noble. The higher the grade of an innate chaotic origin life form, the rarer their numbers would be. Time passed day by day. Dongbua Shueing was completely immersed in cultivation within his cavern dwelling. Even though he would occasionally research on that void lineage chaotic origin life form that he brought over from the lightning world, it was hard for him to reap any benefits. And these brand new chaotic origin life form materials allowed him to gain a huge amount of comprehension every single day, allowing his improvement in the chaotic origin refinement body to be much faster than expected. Just half a month later, Dongbua Shueing had a flash of inspiration. He figured out a method to maintain the late-stage God Emperor fleshy body for a short period. It seems I should be able to recover my fleshy body to the level of the late-stage God Emperor fleshy body within 100,000 years. Dongbua Shueing thought optimistically. Under the laws of a different world, his strength would once again increase. It would also allow his accumulations in the Tao of Void to become more profound. Didn't God Eagle Snake, Scarlet Demon, and the others ask me to be more careful? There might be experts in Scarlet Cloud City who are jealous of me? As Dongbua Shueing cultivated, he sighed. But why is it that not a single person has come to seek trouble after half a month? Chapter 1345. In the Scarlet Cloud City, there were indeed experts who came to visit Dongbua Shueing. Brother Feishue, I wonder if it is possible for you to let me have a look at that chaotic origin life form, since you want us to compete for the treasure? A red-haired male came to visit. Of course you can. Brother Yinsu, please have a look. Dongbua Shueing flipped his hand before bringing out a storage Eden treasure. I have already released the restrictions. Brother Yinsu, you can use your consciousness to have a look. That red-haired male immediately looked carefully. He saw that flame lineage chaotic origin life form within the storage Eden treasure. This chaotic origin life form was like a majestic volcano. Its body was faintly shrouded in flames. It was incredibly powerful. This was also one of the gifts that Shadow Lord gave to Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing was currently feeling apprehensive if he knew that chaotic origin life forms were so important in this sacred world. He would have asked for the corpse of a chaotic origin life form when he was at the lightning world to Shadow Lord, Iron Dragon City Master, and Wise Wizard City Master. Naturally, he would not have thought that the second world he came to would be like this. I have suppressed quite a few experts in the lightning world. That was how I got these rewards. That great Emperor North River has always been low profile. I believe he should not have any chaotic origin life form corpses. The latest list of applicants for the hunting team has North River's name. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled inwardly. It was forbidden to kill within the city. He had never thought of dealing against Great Emperor North River. Given their identities, it was natural for them to live together peacefully. But if there was a chance, not just Dongbua Shui-ing or North River, they would not show any mercy to the other party. Good. It is indeed a flame, lineage, chaotic origin life form that I have never seen before. From the remnant aura after its death, it should be at the middle stage god emperor strength? The red-haired male said, That's right. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. It's a pity that it is slightly weak. The red-haired male said, It is indeed slightly weak. It can't compare with the sacred world. Within the sacred world, it is quite common to see the corpse of a late-stage god emperor chaotic origin life form. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. His treasure was precious, and it was so precious that it couldn't be found in the sacred world. The red-haired man nodded slightly and said no more. He stood up and said, All right, Brother Feishua, I'll take my leave first. Please. Dongbua Shui-ing stood up to send him off. Following that, more and more experts came to take a look. After all, even though Dongbua Shui-ing had publicly announced this matter, if he did not see it with his own eyes, why would he go all out to prepare for it? One day, a short old man arrived at the entrance of Dongbua Shui-ing's cave abode. There were 2 puppets standing guard at the entrance. Go and pass a message to your master. Tell him that I, Xia-fan, want to see him. The short old man's eyelids drooped, and there was a faint red glow in his eyes. As the guardian puppets were refined by Dongbua Shui-ing, they were able to communicate directly with Dongbua Shui-ing using their spirit transmissions. After which, one of the guardian puppets replied, My master invites you. Please follow me. Yes, the short old man acknowledged before walking in. Under the guidance of the guardian puppets, they soon arrived at a garden. Dongbua Shui-ing had already stood up to welcome them. Greetings, Brother Xia-fan. Dongbua Shui-ing was relatively polite. No other choice. Xia-fan was a Tao cultivator who had reached the half-chaotic origin life form body level. In terms of strength, he was likely stronger than even Cloud Phoenix City Master by a strand. In Scarlet Cloud City, he was absolutely one of the top few experts. He was even vaguely qualified to be ranked in the top 10. Xia-fan, he had 2 specialties. One was his powerful fleshy body. Disregarding other aspects of his fleshy body, just in terms of weight, he was number 1 in Scarlet Cloud City. As long as he released his aura, the weight of his body would cause gravity to collapse and time-space to distort. That would form a horrifying domain. With such a fleshy body, it was hard for others to injure him. When hunting chaotic origin life forms, having such a fleshy body would naturally increase his survivability. The other was that he was frightening in close combat. Even God Emperor, a grand perfection chaotic origin life form, could be beaten to death by him. In the lightning world, even Cloud Phoenix City Master could not do so. Xia-fan belonged to the faction of City Master, Weatherleaf in Scarlet Cloud City. After all, experts would form groups too. They had to work together to hunt down chaotic origin life forms. Some who were close to each other, were stronger, and had even experienced life and death together would gradually form a firm faction. This person, Xia-fan, might be cruel and ruthless, but he was the left and right arm of Weatherleaf. Amen, the short and small old man Xia-fan nonchalantly acknowledged. He lifted his drooping eyelids and squeezed out a rare smile. Brother Feishua, I've heard that you want to let the experts in Scarlet Cloud City compete for treasures. That's right. Dongbua Shue Ing chuckled. Brother Xie Fan, please have a seat. Only then did Xie Fan sit down cross-legged. He sat opposite of Dongbua Shuang. The female puppet by the side also helped pour wine for him. I think you don't have to go through so much trouble. Xie Fan drank a cup of wine before placing it down with a frown. Just give me that flame lineage chaotic origin life form corpse, and I'll give you 3 complete corpses of different void lineage chaotic origin life forms. Both of us will be happy. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed at that moment. Directly asking for it, he was only willing to pay the base price of 3 corpses. Rest assured, I guarantee that all 3 corpses are at the grand perfection God Emperor realm. Xie Fan looked at Dongbua Shuiying with a smile that did not seem like a smile. I've already publicly announced that I'm going to compete for treasures. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. If I do as you say, I won't be able to take out the flame lineage chaotic origin life form corpse after 10,000 years. If I go back on my words, I'm afraid the experts in the city will laugh at me. Rest assured, once you trade with me, I'll immediately announce that I'm going to host the auction. Xie Fan said, I'll host the auction and let the experts in Scarlet Cloud City compete for it. They naturally won't blame you. If I auction for treasures publicly, I can exchange for 5 or more chaotic origin life form corpses. Do you want to split them with me? Dongbua Shuiying coldly said, I've already said that I'll use 3 chaotic origin life form corpses to exchange with you. Since I'm exchanging them, then the benefits of the flame lineage chaotic origin life form auctions will naturally belong to me. Xie Fan said as a matter of fact, giving his treasures to Xie Fan? Letting Xie Fan sell them publicly? Xie Fan, do you think I'm a fool? Dongbua Shuiying placed down his wine cup. His expression sunk. Ha ha ha. Xie Fan laughed. His laughter was cold. Being a fool will allow you to live longer. Just based on you. Dongbua Shuiying's expression sunk. Right. Xie Fan stared at Dongbua Shuiying. A terrifying killing intent began leaking out. His body even caused the surrounding time-space to distort, just based on me. Why? You want to act against me in the city? Dongbua Shuiying coldly said. I naturally don't dare to do so in the city, but there will be a chance in the future. Don't you think so? Hence, obediently listen to me. It's better for both of us. Xie Fan coldly laughed. Such a matter of snatching would definitely be known by the entire city, even if they were to trade. But Xie Fan did not care. His personality was originally evil and tyrannical. This was something all experts in the city knew. To some experts, the devil heart was their true heart. They followed their true heart and did not even bother to conceal it. Since you don't have the guts to act in the city, then scram. Dongbua Shuiying roared. Xie Fan's expression changed slightly when he heard that. What guts? Don't talk nonsense. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand, causing an unseen ripple to sweep out. The wine flask and wine cup in front of Xie Fan were directly sent, flying away. They smashed into the distance and shattered. Hurry up and scram. You are ruining my wine and dirtying my wine flask and wine cup by coming here to drink. Very good, very good. Xie Fan stood up and laughed coldly. You are very gutsy. You are also very gutsy. Ever since I came to the sacred world, you are the first person who dares to threaten me. Dongbua Shuiying laughed coldly. Humph, humph, humph. Xie Fan sneered and turned to walk out. Dongbua Shuiying watched as Xie Fan left, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Idiot. Dongbua Shuiying would never show mercy to such devils. He would definitely eliminate them if he had the chance. God Eagle Snake and the rest were right. There are people who dare to threaten me in the city. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself. Other than Xie Fan, there was also a female expert called Mo Shu who dared to threaten him in the city. Both of them were infamous. However, both of them were angrily chased out by Dongbua Shuang. No other experts came to threaten him. Xie Fan and Mo Shu were both terrifyingly strong. They were ranked in the top 10. Even a great perfection God Emperor would not dare to offend them. Many experts in the city were also watching. They wanted to see how this Fei Xue would fight against Xie Fan and Mo Shu. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000-year time limit for the treasure auction was up. Chapter 1346. On this day, within the sacred world, within the Scarlet Cloud City, many cultivators came to the cavern dwelling of Dongbua Shuang. Please come this way. Please. The puppet protector by the entrance of the cavern dwelling was guiding the way. There were also female puppets that were in charge of guiding the way. For the sake of this auction, Dongbua Shuang had deliberately relied on the Mirage Cosmos to create more than 10 puppets. This brother Fei Xue seems to have quite a few puppets, since he could bring the corpse of a chaotic origin life form into the sacred world. He should be very wealthy. Buying some puppets isn't worth mentioning. The cultivators discussed as they walked. Experts from many worlds gathered within the Scarlet Cloud City. Naturally, there were those who specialized in refining puppets. Just refining puppets with the strength of a void god could easily be done by a small half of the experts within the city. It's just that it was slightly more troublesome to gather the materials within the sacred world. Halt! Halt! At the entrance of the cavern dwelling, the two puppet protectors furiously roared. They stared at the short and small old man who was about to enter. Why? Fei Xue has publicly announced that he would let the experts of Scarlet Cloud City compete for the treasure. Why aren't you letting me in? The short and small old man Xie Fan coldly chuckled. Master has ordered that you are forbidden from entering. A puppet protector coldly roared. Xie Fan. A cold voice rumbled out from within the cavern dwelling like thunder. It roared. If you dare to take half a step into my residence, I'll directly teleport you out. Xie Fan's expression changed slightly. Within the Scarlet Cloud City, every cavern dwelling of a cultivator was a forbidden ground. Without the permission of the master, one could absolutely not barge in. It was a small matter to directly throw the person out. If the person dared to resist, he could even be killed. Because the cavern dwelling was a place for closed-door cultivation, the rules of Scarlet Cloud City were to ensure that every cultivator could cultivate peacefully without being disturbed by anyone. Very good. Xie Fan had a cold expression. He turned around and left. The other cultivators who entered the cavern dwelling could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw this. Previously, he threatened us, and now he dares to pay a visit. This Xie Fan seems to not care about his reputation at all. He is Xie Fan. In terms of shamelessness, he is ranked first or second in the entire city. These cultivators were muttering to themselves. Dongbua Shuang was receiving many guests in the garden. The garden covered an area of 100 miles. Thousands of tables and praying mats were scattered throughout the garden. Some were by the lake, and some were halfway up the mountain. The cultivators who came to participate in the treasure auction chose their seats and sat down with their legs crossed. They sipped on the wine that Dongbua Shuang had prepared and waited for the treasure auction to begin. These fine wines were relatively ordinary. They were created by Dongbua Shuang directly from the Mirage universe. There was a large quantity of them, and they would be able to satisfy their needs. Brother Fei Xue, if you don't give Xie Fan any face, he will definitely hold a grudge against you. One of the cultivators conversing with Dongbua Shuang said. Hold a grudge? Previously, he forced me to make a deal with him, and we've already become enemies. Why would I be afraid of him? Dongbua Shuang shook his head in disdain. I really didn't expect that you would still want to enter my cave after falling out with me previously. What a joke. To be honest, Dongbua Shuang also felt that this person called Xie Fan was a little weird, because amongst the experts, it was normal to be evil and vicious. But as a great devil, it was fine if he was ruthless and unscrupulous when doing things. But this Xia Fan was a two-faced person, and the way he did things was truly embarrassing. One must know that the other female expert who threatened Dongbo Shuang, Mo Shu, was too lazy to pester him after threatening him once, and would definitely not participate in the treasure auction this time around. An expert had to have the pride of an expert, but Xia Fan belonged to the type that didn't have any pride and was rather evil. Seeing that cultivator laughed. Then you have to be careful. He isn't someone to be trifled with. I know. Thank you, Brother Hidden Horizon. Dongbo Shuang laughed. Time passed. Guests arrived one after another. Dongbo Shuang simply welcomed them and occasionally chatted with them. Amen. Dongbo Shuang's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at a person walking over from afar. North River? Dongbo Shuang was startled. Monarch Feishue, Great Emperor North River walked over with a smile. That Xia Fan has been obstructed by you outside. I thought I wouldn't be able to enter either. I did not expect that you would come. Neither did I inform the protectors. Dongbo Shuang said, both of us came from the same world. It is fate that brought us together. Why must we fight to the death? Don't you agree? Great Emperor North River said, both of us are seeking to jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin expert. Furthermore, killing is prohibited within this sacred world. How about we temporarily put aside our grudges? Dongbo Shuang looked at Great Emperor North River. Great Emperor North River was wearing a green robe. His eyes were filled with sincerity. But Dongbo Shuang was clear. This Great Emperor North River was absolutely an ambitious and ruthless character. That time in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, the other party suddenly turned hostile. Do you think I still dare to trust you? Dongbo Shuang sneered. I'm afraid the outcome of trusting you would be to be ambushed by you at some point in the future. You don't trust me that much? Great Emperor North River felt helpless. Humph. Dongbo Shuang sneered. It's simple if you want me to believe you. Just give me the thousand-eyed water droplet. Great Emperor North River had left the Broken Tooth Mountain Range because he was chased by him. Hence, the energy of that thousand-eyed water droplet should not be exhausted yet. That won't do. Great Emperor North River shook his head. This is the most precious treasure I have. How can I give it to you? Great Emperor North River was able to transform into the thousand-eyed water droplet left behind by one of the two terrifying chaotic origin life forms in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range, the thousand-eyed existence. Great Emperor North River understood how much stronger that thousand-eyed existence was compared to ordinary chaotic origin life forms. Its strength was comparable to Yuan. And the preciousness of that thousand-eyed water droplet was likely much more valuable than the corpse of a grand perfection chaotic origin life form like God Emperor. Why would he give it to Dongbo Shuang? No matter what, at least in this sacred world, we can put aside our grudges. Time can verify everything. Great Emperor North River said with a smile before walking to the side. He directly sat down cross-legged at a place not too far away. He then poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. Dongbo Shuang looked at him, but he did not chase him away. There was no need. Let's wait and see. Dongbo Shuang temporarily ignored him. After a moment, Dongbo Shuang looked at the color of the sky. He looked at the experts that came from the various worlds who were casually seated around the garden. There were a total of 600 over cultivators who came today. That was roughly 20% of the experts in the entire Scarlet Cloud City. In reality, there were even fewer who were truly confident in contesting for the treasure. Fellow cultivators, Dongbo Shuang's voice reverberated across every single part of the garden. I shall not delay any longer. Let us begin contesting for the treasure. This time, we will be contesting for this chaotic origin life form corpse. Saying that, he waved his hand. A corpse that was approximately 200 meters tall that looked like a flaming mountain landed by the side. At that moment, it attracted the gazes of the 600 over cultivators present. Some of their gazes were even blazing. The starting bid is 3 different god emperor grand perfection void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses. Each increment is at least 10,000 cubic meters of food. Fellow cultivators can start bidding now. Dongbua Shueing said. 3 corpses. The one who spoke was a green-robed girl. Her voice was pleasant to the ears. For corpses, a red-haired male spoke. This red-haired male's aura was vast and mighty. Even with so many experts present in the garden today, his aura remained tyrannical and powerful. Shueing also knew that this person was the wealthiest person in this auction. He called himself Great Emperor Heaven Calamity, and in terms of combat power, he was close to the 3 city masters. He had once fought with the 3 city masters, and there wasn't much difference between them. In terms of strength, he was publicly acknowledged to be in the top 5, and in terms of the flame lineage, he was the strongest in Scarlet Cloud City. Because he was also a Dao cultivator, he was naturally determined to get the chaotic origin life form corpse that did not exist in the sacred world. 5 corpses. 5 corpses and 100,000 cubic meters of food. 5 corpses and 200,000 cubic meters of food. After the price reached 5 corpses, it did not increase by much. Dongbua Shueing listened silently. 5 corpses and 1 million cubic meters of food. The one who bid was a black-robed male. He was also ranked in the top few dozen experts in Scarlet Cloud City. His name was Yen Yang. 5 corpses and 2 million cubic meters of food. The red-haired Great Emperor Heaven Calamity coldly said. 6 corpses. The black-robed male, Yen Yang, continued calmly. Great Emperor Heaven Calamity glanced at it before saying, 6 corpses and 1 million cubic meters of food. Yen Yang became silent at that moment. For a moment, there were no other new bids. Is there any higher bid? Dongbua Shueing finally spoke. He raised his voice. Chapter 1347. The arena was still quiet. If there isn't anyone of a higher tier, then this flame lineage, chaotic origin, life form corpse will belong to Great Emperor Heaven Calamity. Dongbua Shueing swept his gaze across the surroundings. He paused for a few breaths before saying, "All right, the auction has ended. This chaotic origin, life form corpse belongs to Great Emperor Heaven Calamity." As soon as he finished speaking, that red-haired Great Emperor Heaven Calamity took a step. With a flash of red light, he landed by the side of Dongbua Shueing. He then threw a storage treasure to Dongbua Shueing. Following that, he waved his hand and kept the chaotic origin life form corpse that was over 200 meters tall. He then turned around and left. Dongbua Shueing immediately checked on it, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Within this storage Eden treasure, there were many enormous chaotic origin life form corpses. All of them had a grand aura that was much stronger than the one he sold. It was precisely because the chaotic origin life forms in this sacred world came from different tribes, and each tribe had a huge population. In addition to the fact that the chaotic origin life forms he had were not found in the sacred world, that was why he could exchange for so many chaotic origin life forms. Damn it! In his cave, the short old man, Xie Fan, who was sitting cross-legged with a cold expression on his face, received the news from his good friends through his communication treasure. Even though Xie Fan's reputation was terrible and he was extremely evil, Xie Fan's reputation was not to be underestimated. However, the other experts in Scarlet Cloud City were not to be trifled with. They did not care about Xie Fan's personality. Although they would sneer at him in their hearts, they still valued Xie Fan greatly when they befriended him, because he had the strength. To be able to faintly rank in the top 10 amongst the many world experts of Scarlet Cloud City. Just how strong was he? Even the city lord, Weatherleaf, treated him as his right-hand man. Naturally, there was a group of experts who had a good relationship with him. They passed the news of the treasure auction to Siafan. 6 complete God Emperor corpses and 1,000,000 cubes of food. Heaven Smiting's move is indeed very high. Siafan sneered. That brat Feishue took advantage of him. In Siafan's eyes, cultivators were only divided into the strong and the weak. He believed that Feishue's strength was only average, and that he was not qualified to possess such wealth. The fact that he was willing to use 3 grand perfection chaotic origin life-form corpses of God Emperor to trade with Shueing was already giving Shueing a lot of face. Furthermore, this was because of the ban imposed by Scarlet Cloud City. If it weren't for the prohibition, he would have long since killed them and taken their treasures. Let him be complacent for now. Humph! In the end, it is impossible for him to stay in the city forever, Siafan said to himself. Big sister, the auction has ended. The price has exceeded our limit. Great Emperor Heaven Smiting won it with 6 corpses and 1,000,000 cubes of food. Come back. On the huge ice bed, a beautiful woman in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on it. She was the other one of the 2 experts who had threatened Dongbua Shueing and Mo Shu. She didn't participate in the auction herself, but she let her friends bid for it. Damn it, I can only think of a way to trade with Heaven Smiting. When he feels that he doesn't need that corpse anymore, he can sell it to me. And Mo Shu opened his eyes, and there were flames burning in them. How long would it take to comprehend a complete, chaotic origin, life-form corpse? That was hard to say, because as long as one did not become a chaotic origin life form, one would never be able to comprehend the laws manifested from a chaotic origin life form corpse. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shueing did not bring out the void lineage chaotic origin life form corpse he obtained from the Crown Prince of Iron Dragon City. Even though he had fewer and fewer corpses, Dongbua Shueing would not give them up easily. As his realm deepened, he could continue comprehending it, and within the cavern dwelling of Dongbua Shueing, after the auction ended, many cultivators began leaving. Great Emperor North River glanced at Dongbua Shueing before leaving. Nonetheless, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. This Yingshan Snow Eagle has an incredibly high talent. He has cultivated for a short period in the realm heart, great land. His current strength in the Tao of Void is not much different from mine. His soul technique is unparalleled across the many worlds. I have never heard of anyone who could compare with him in terms of soul technique. Great Emperor North River felt pressured facing Dongbua Shueing. More importantly, Dongbua Shueing's improvement was simply too fast. In the Broken Teeth mountain range, he is far weaker than me. In the lightning world, he has forced me to flee. In this sacred world, there are many chaotic origin life forms. To him, there are many more cultivation resources. He should be able to improve further, right? If he grasped a half-chaotic origin life form body, coupled with that terrifying soul technique of his, who could be his opponent? Great Emperor North Riverside inwardly. Fortunately, it is hard for those who comprehend the Tao to grasp a half-chaotic origin life form body. It is 100 to 1,000 times harder than us who cultivate our bloodline energy. Having a chaotic origin bloodline in one's body represented that the foundation was formed. What one needed to do was to excavate, and Tao cultivators had to grasp the laws and profound mysteries to create a half-chaotic origin life form body. The difficulty was much higher. Siafan, becoming enemies with this Yingshan Snow Eagle would most likely end badly. Great Emperor North River sneered inwardly. He had long decided to avoid Dongbua Shueing as much as possible in this world. After all, he could activate the imprint on his wrist to teleport to a third world at any time. In this world, as long as I am in the city, Yingshan Snow Eagle would not dare to act. I just have to avoid him when I leave the city. As long as I become a chaotic origin life form. Humph. What does Ingshan's snow eagle count as? Great Emperor North River threw all grudges to the back of his mind. To him, becoming a chaotic origin life form was the most important. After the auction ended, Dongbua Shui Ing began his low-profile cultivation days. With a total of 6 grand perfection void lineage chaotic origin life forms under God Emperor's control, Shui Ying's harvest was huge. All sorts of comprehensions were accumulating. Because he had sufficient food, Dongbua Shui Ing patiently cultivated within his cavern dwelling. Just 60,000 years after arriving in the divine realm, he had recovered his fleshy body to the level of late-stage God Emperor. It was absolutely stable, but following that, Dongbua Shui Ing fell into a bottleneck. The difficulty of advancing his fleshy body from the late-stage God Emperor to the half-chaotic origin life-form body was incredibly high. Dongbua Shui Ing could clearly feel his comprehension accumulating, yet he could not attain a half-chaotic origin life-form body. Much less a half-chaotic origin life-form body. I can't even exert the strength of a half-chaotic origin life-form body for a short period. Dongbua Shui Ing understood where the problem lay. Half-chaotic origin life-form body. It represented the absolute, grand perfection of a body beneath the level of chaotic origin life form. In theory, it was impossible for one to improve further, but to break through, that was to break through with strength. That would allow one to become the supreme overlord amongst chaotic origin life forms. Countless time-space territories would become their territory. They would be protected by them. Take it slow. Dongbua Shui Ing was very patient. First, he carefully comprehended all the scattered materials, which took him 80 million years. Following that, he began studying those chaotic origin life-form corpses. He thoroughly studied all 6 corpses, spending more than 3 billion years. Following that, he began analyzing them in greater detail, grand perfection. An absolute grand perfection body beneath the level of chaotic origin life form? As Dongbua Shui Ing accumulated more and more insights, he began having some ideas. According to these ideas, he began attempting to cultivate within an enormous underground palace in the cavern dwelling. Dongbua Shui Ing sat cross-legged. Suddenly his body transformed. Both his legs became much thicker. But following that, many of the bones in his legs began disintegrating. Not good. A thick layer of skin suddenly appeared on the skin of Dongbua Shui Ing. He became much more muscular. But following that, the skin and flesh on his body began disintegrating. Not good yet. Even though he failed time and time again, he still encountered problems in the path of cultivating a half-chaotic origin life-form body. But Dongbua Shui Ing was still filled with confidence, because he was clear that it was impossible to cultivate a half-chaotic origin life-form body within a short period. Hence, he was prepared to spend a long time perfecting it. And now he dared to try again and again because of these chaotic origin life-form corpses. The thick insights he accumulated gave him the confidence to try. On a day on the 8 billionth year since he arrived in the sacred world, Dongbua Shui Ing once again attempted to change the structure of his body. This was already his 19th attempt, because every attempt required a long period of time before he could deduce the cultivation technique. Dongbua Shui Ying's body abruptly became bigger. He was about 100 meters tall. His skin was faintly covered in gray light. His aura was incredibly grand. At this moment, many of the minute structures in his body were disintegrating. The degree of disintegration is still bearable. Given my body, I should be able to hold on for the time taken to brew a cup of tea before I completely disintegrate? Dongbua Shui Ing revealed a joyous look. Previously, he did not even dare to try with his entire body. The best he could do was to hold on for half a breath of time before his body disintegrated. That was too short. He could hold on for the time taken to brew a cup of tea. It was meaningful for him to battle. Chapter 1348. Within the cavern-dwelling garden. Hoo-hoo! The cold wind howled like blades. Amidst the dark cold wind, there were many ice crystals. The ice crystals smashed onto the roof, corridor, and rocks, shattering into pieces. Under a pavilion in the garden, Dongbua Shuang was seated cross-legged in a white robe. A flask of wine was kept warm, and there were all sorts of rare fruits around. Holding on to a sparkling wine cup, tasting the taste of the fruit wine, Dongbua Shuang softly muttered, "It has been 10 billion years since I came to this sacred world. I don't have much food left. It is time for me to join the hunting team and hunt for more chaotic origin life forms." During the previous auction, because he had a total of 1,000,000 cubic meters of food, he could stay in the city peacefully for 10 billion years. Even though the value of these grand perfection chaotic origin life form corpses of God Emperor was high, and he had even gotten a void lineage chaotic origin life form corpse from the lightning world, Dongbua Shuang did not plan on selling it temporarily, because he still had to continue comprehending the laws and profound mysteries of these void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses. Ever since I broke through previously, my fleshy body could maintain at the half-chaotic origin life form body level for the time taken to brew a cup of tea, and today it has been more than 1 billion years. My improvement is minuscule. Dongbua Shuang shook his head inwardly. The previous breakthrough was a moment of inspiration after accumulating a vast amount of energy. Following that, he would continue perfecting this body cultivation technique, allowing him to maintain it for a longer period when his body could completely stabilize and no longer break apart. That would be the moment he achieved a half-chaotic origin life form body that represented reaching the pinnacle below the chaotic origin life form level. Want to improve further? Firstly, I have to spend a sufficient amount of time to perfect it. In order to cultivate for a long period in this sacred world, I have to prepare sufficient food. Secondly, I have to collect more void, lineage, grand perfection, chaotic origin, life form corpses of God Emperor. I might even get a high-graded void, lineage, chaotic origin, life form corpse. According to the intelligence, there are a total of 3 void, lineage, chaotic origin prisoners. Dongbua Shuang thought. Within the sacred world, there were a total of 35 void, lineage, chaotic origin tribes. But only the 3 strongest tribes of the void lineage had chaotic origin prisoners. Chaotic origin prisoners might be high-graded chaotic origin life forms. With their true strength, they would be able to kill Dongbua Shuang and the others with a flip of their hands. However, they were still imprisoned, and the further they were from their lair, the greater the punishment they would receive, and the weaker their strength would be. The entire Saints world of all the chaotic origin prisoners, the most terrifying Sea of Abyss Master, was so strong that it brought despair to others. But other than the Sea of Abyss Master, it was still possible to kill the other chaotic origin prisoners. A dragon trapped in the shallows would be toyed with by prawns. A tiger that fell to the plains would be bullied by dogs. These chaotic origin prisoners were heavily shackled in the sacred world. Naturally, it was possible for them to die. This was the message left behind by the great overlord. As long as they succeeded in killing the Sea of Abyss Master, the cultivator who contributed the most would obtain a shocking reward. The most terrifying overlord existence amongst the chaotic origin experts is at least looking forward to us killing these chaotic origin prisoners. Dongbua Shuang naturally had such expectations too. The appearance of laws from the corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin life form would likely be much stronger than that of an ordinary chaotic origin life form. Thirdly, this time when I go out to hunt, I can temper myself through battles. It is also a way to test my Tao of Void. Dongbua Shuang thought. Through battles, it would be easier for him to discover his flaws and perfect them. Food, corpses required for cultivation. Tempering himself through battles, Dongbua Shuang naturally had to go out. The magnificent overlord created the sacred world and left behind such a vile living environment. Naturally, he felt that tempering himself through life and death would be beneficial to the chaotic origin level. Hunting team. Dong Shui immediately investigated through his communication treasure. The newest hunting team was established by Taoist Hidden Horizon. Its final goal was to kill a grand perfection chaotic origin life form, Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, at the God Emperor realm. Currently, there were already 33 cultivators who applied. Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. Dongbua Shui slightly nodded. This was also one of the more noble races amongst the chaotic origin life forms in the sacred world. According to the rules, the hunting team would proceed forward. After killing a Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, they would return. During the journey, they would naturally meet other chaotic origin life forms. They would also obtain food from battles. After returning, the food would be distributed according to the contribution of the members. The Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit would easily check through all the battles during the entire journey and distribute the food fairly. As for the final target of the hunting team, the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, the creator of the hunting team would be qualified to choose. Naturally, the creator would have to compensate the other members during the distribution of food. Brother Hidden Horizon? Dongbua Shui revealed a grin. He had even chatted with this Taoist Hidden Horizon before during the auction. Taoist Hidden Horizon was qualified to be ranked in the top few dozens within Scarlet Cloud City. Apply. Dongbua Shui did not hesitate. At that moment, there was one more member added to the hunting team, turning it into 34. This information was transmitted to all cultivators within Scarlet Cloud City at the same time. Xie Fan was currently meditating within the underground palace of his cavern dwelling. He sat cross-legged with his eyelids drooping. He did not conceal his aura at all, causing the surrounding time-space to distort and collapse. He, Xie Fan, was ranked first amongst all cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City in terms of fleshy body weight. His body was also unfathomably strong. Even Weather Leaf relied heavily on him. In fact, at his level, even the 3 city lords were only a few % stronger than him. Even in a life and death battle, the 3 city masters could only hold a slight advantage against Xie Fan. They could not achieve overwhelming superiority. After all, the closer one was to the limit, the smaller the gap in strength. With such strength, even if Xie Fan had a wicked personality, many cultivators were not willing to offend him. Xie Fan was not a fool either. He would still give face to those who were strong and could win his attention. Only ordinary, grand perfection, God, Emperor, chaotic origin, life forms were not worthy of his attention. Because he could even kill a grand perfection, God, Emperor, chaotic origin life form in a one-on-one battle. Chaotic origin life forms were much stronger in survivability. It was possible for him to kill one in a one-on-one. 80% of the ordinary grand perfection, God, Emperor, chaotic origin life forms were at the moment. If he wanted to kill one in a one-on-one battle, it would be much easier. Naturally, he did not care if he could kill them easily. Hence, he went to Dongbua Shui's residence to bully Dongbua Shui. Who would have thought that Dongbua Shui did not care about his threat at all? Big brother Xie Fan. Suddenly, there was a transmission. What's the matter? Xie Fan opened his eyes. He felt slightly unhappy. He did not like being disturbed during cultivation. He had even blocked most of the messages sent by the Scarlet Cloud Hall. After all, there were too many news about the batches of hunting teams. If there were too many news, he would not be able to cultivate peacefully. You asked me to pay attention to that Feishue's news. That Feishue has applied to join the newest hunting team. He has joined. Xie Fan immediately checked. A large amount of information that was previously blocked appeared. He quickly received the newest piece of news. It was the news of the hunting team established by Taoist Hidden Horizon. Right now, there are 34 cultivators, and the newest one was Monarch Feishue. Humph. You have finally joined the hunting team. I thought that you would never leave this place. Xia Fan sneered. Scarlet Cloud City was empty. No matter how much food one had, it would never be enough. Xia Fan had long been waiting for this day. A Tao comprehender who could barely unleash the strength of a grand perfection god emperor. Such strength can be seen everywhere in Scarlet Cloud City. Yet he dared to not give me any face, not even allowing me to visit during the treasure auction. Very good. Apply. Xia Fan did not hesitate and applied to join the hunting team. Instantly, a name appeared in the hunting team. Devil God Xia Fan. Face you, a brat. Let's see what you are going to do. Are you going to withdraw? Xia Fan sneered. According to the rules, as long as the team had not left Scarlet Cloud City, they could withdraw at any time. After all, a cultivator might suddenly have a flash of inspiration and want to go into seclusion, or for some other special reasons. It was fine for them to withdraw from the team, but if they withdrew, they would have to pay a portion of food. This was to prevent cultivators from joining and withdrawing from the team. A portion of food was enough to last them for 10,000 years. Without any special reason, no one would withdraw out of boredom. I have my eyes on you. If you were to withdraw this time, would you withdraw the next time? Are you going to withdraw forever? Without food, you will starve to death. No matter what, you will eventually have to go out and hunt. Xia Fan sneered. His status was much higher, and he was also much stronger. He did not have to worry about food. Dongbua Shui Ing watched the howling winds as he drank his fruit wine. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face, because after he applied to join the team, 2 other cultivators quickly applied to join as well. One of them even had a grudge against him. Xia Fan, the corners of Dongbua Shui Ying's lips curled upwards. He has joined this hunting team as well? Previously, I even chased him out and forbade him from entering my cave dwelling. As expected, he still wants to take revenge on me. Chapter 1349. Xia Fan's eyelids drooped. He sat cross-legged in the underground palace of his cavern dwelling. He waited silently. Ever since he applied to join the hunting team, he had been waiting for Dongbua Shui Ing to retire from the team. He actually didn't retire? Since he applied to join, he should be waiting for orders. He should be the first to know of the news of me joining. Yet he didn't retire. Unless he dares to join? Xia Fan revealed a weird look. Xia Fan directly transmitted to Dongbua Shui Ing through his communication treasure. Face you, a brat. I will be joining this hunting team too. Do you dare to join my hunting team? Xia Fan, you have been paying attention to my news, right? The moment I joined, you immediately joined? I, Face you, am truly overwhelmed by your favor. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately replied. Xia Fan's expression sunk. He had indeed arranged for his subordinates to pay attention to the news of this monarch Face you. With his strength, there were naturally some grand perfection god emperor experts who took the initiative to join him. Because it wasn't easy for ordinary grand perfection god emperors to hunt chaotic origin life forms in the sacred world for food. Hence, joining Xia Fan would make their lives much better. In the entire Scarlet Cloud City, almost all the top few dozen cultivators had a group of cultivators joining them. And the top few dozen cultivators were roughly at the standard of grand perfection god emperor Tao cultivators. And there were a total of over 3,000 cultivators in the city. There were many who were willing to join them. In reality, including Taoist Hidden Horizon, Great Emperor Heaven Calamity, Xia Fan, Mo, Shu and others, even if there were cultivators joining them, they would not easily take them in, because the moment they did, they would have to be protected and even provided with food. Even though it would increase the overall strength of the team, it was similarly a burden. Hence, they had to choose those who were helpful to their team. For instance, those who specialized in domains, those who specialized in scouting, those who specialized in speed. They had to choose carefully. Haha, you are daring. I do admire you now. Xia Fan transmitted with a sneer. In the future, I will make you admire me. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately cut off the transmission. Xie Fan's expression became even gloomier. He quickly sent a message to some of his subordinates. All of you, join the latest hunting team. Since those great circle stage god emperor experts had chosen to side with Xie Fan, they would usually have to listen to his orders. Xie Fan had a total of 25 subordinates, and this time he had only deployed 15 of them. Yes, big brother Xie Fan, there's a guy called Fei Xue in our team. Are we going to deal with him? He's courting death. I'm here. I've applied. One by one they applied. There were originally 36 people on the list, but it suddenly increased to 51. They had satisfied the minimum number of members set by the hunting team. So fast, Dongbua Shui Ing was surprised. The name list of the hunting team had increased to the 51st place. According to the information Brother Lei Ming gave me, the latest batch of hunters are all related to that Xie Fan. Imperial Monarch Fei Xue, please gather at Scarlet Cloud Hall. Scarlet Cloud Hall's artifact, Spirit, sent a message. Once there were enough people, they could set off. This Xie Fan is still somewhat useful. At the very least, he managed to shorten the time I have to wait. Shui Ing laughed as he stood up and walked out of the pavilion. The gale carried the ice crystals along with it as it whistled around chaotically. However, when they were 3 inches away from Shui Ing's body, they turned into fine powder. Scarlet Cloud City was merely a few tens of thousands of miles away. With Dongbua Shui Ing's speed, even if it was just a simple walk, he would still be able to reach Scarlet Cloud Hall in an instant. Scarlet Cloud Hall's hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few people gathered here, and there were even more cultivators arriving. Dongbua Shui Ing walked into the hall and immediately saw a black-haired male Taoist Hidden Horizon, who was being escorted by a large group of people. Taoist Hidden Horizon's temperament was gentle like water. Compared to that Xie Fan, Taoist Hidden Horizon's reputation was much better. Brother Fei Xue, Taoist Hidden Horizon immediately looked over and greeted. Brother Hidden Horizon. Dongbua Shui Ing walked over and greeted with a smile. Xie Fan and some of his subordinates have also joined the hunting team this time around. Are you sure you want to go? Taoist Hidden Horizon asked. This Xie Fan is someone who will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He has his eyes on you, and I believe that no matter which hunting team you join, he will definitely follow you. It is too dangerous for you to go out and roam the world with him. I advise you to rely on 9-headed snake ancestor, or His Highness Wu Shao. As for Weatherleaf, Xie Fan was originally Weatherleaf's right-hand man. The only ones who can definitely protect you are the other 2 Vice City Lords. Vice City Lords? It isn't easy to get the Vice City Lords to accept me, right? Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. You have to have sufficiently powerful methods. Taoist Hidden Horizon said. The 3 city lords all had extremely powerful methods. It was rare for them to leave the city, but the moment they did, the rewards they reaped would be astonishing, because their team was very strong. Not only were they strong, the companions they recruited were also very strong. They were either experts who were ranked in the top 10 or experts who had unparalleled methods in Scarlet Cloud City. When the entire team worked together, it was naturally terrifying. If Dongbua Shui Ing were to join such a team, Xie Fan would naturally not be able to do anything to him. Thank you, Brother Hidden Horizon. Dongbua Shui Ing said. I'm impressed. After we leave the city, stay closer to my men. Taoist Hidden Horizon directly said when he saw that, these are my companions. You should properly get closer to them. Thus, Dongbua Shui Ing got to know the other cultivators. Since Taoist Hidden Horizon was ranked in the top 10 in Scarlet Cloud City, he naturally had a team under him, including Taoist Hidden Horizon. His team had a total of 22 people. Actually, to recruit a fixed team, one had to consider the cooperation of the experts in the team, as well as the large amount of food needed to sustain so many experts. According to the long years of experience in Scarlet Cloud City, a fixed team would usually be maintained at around 20 cultivators. Usually, there wouldn't be more than 30. This time, the other 35 people in the team were all present. Only then did Xie Fan and his 16 people arrive together. Who? The short old man Xie Fan's eyelids drooped. His sinister eyes swept across the hall. When he saw Dongbua Shuang, Xie Fan's smile became even more terrifying. Face you, brat. Xie Fan looked at Dongbua Shuang. All right, everyone is here. Daoist Hidden Horizon said. And Xie Fan, our final target this time, is the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. The return journey isn't too short. We still have to work together. If any of our companions were to perish, that would be a humiliation to us. Xie Fan laughed. Don't worry, I will look at the big picture. Remember the old rules of our Scarlet Cloud City. Killing each other is forbidden within the hunting team. Daoist Hidden Horizon reminded. The hunting team would be leaving Scarlet Cloud City. The outside of the city was filled with danger. If they were to kill each other, it would be dangerous outside. I understand. We will definitely not kill each other. Xie Fan replied. Amen. Daoist Hidden Horizon nodded slightly. He could only do this. According to the long years of experience of the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City, experts would naturally have some grudges, even though it was forbidden for them to kill each other in the same hunting team. But when facing against a large group of chaotic origin life forms, especially when they were in some dangerous predicament, as long as they did not help their companions during crucial moments, their companions might die. Xie Fan and the others did not dare to kill directly, but there were a total of 16 of them. As long as they watched by the side, they could easily create an extremely vile environment for Dongbua Shuang, borrowing the hands of the chaotic origin life forms to kill Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang watched silently by the side, scheming against me. This team, it was split into 3 parties. One party was led by Daoist Hidden Horizon and 22 experts. Daoist Hidden Horizon was relatively friendly to him and was willing to help him. The other party was led by Xie Fan and the other 15 cultivators. They might even deliberately create a desperate situation for Dongbua Shuang during crucial moments. The final party was led by 13 other cultivators, including himself. They were all idle cultivators. Some of the idle cultivators were proud and aloof. They disdained from joining any party, and more were chosen carefully by the apex experts. They could not be chosen at all. This team actually has Daoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan. We should be more relaxed now. That's right. With the 2 of them around, the team will be much stronger. Xie Fan is here? Is it because of that Fei Xue? Who cares about him? What does Fei Xue's life or death have to do with us? Some of the idle cultivators were transmitting their voices to discuss. With the number of apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City, it was rare to have 2 experts ranked in the top few in the same hunting team. Under normal circumstances, there would only be 1 top-notch expert in a hunting team. Set off. Being the founder of the team, Daoist Hidden Horizon immediately gave the order. So, including Dongbua Shuang, a total of 51 figures turned into afterimages. They rapidly flew past the city walls and out of the city. Chapter 1350. What is this energy? Dongbua Shuang sensed his surroundings. This hunting team of 51 cultivators was flying at a low altitude. Their surroundings were filled with unseen energy. One was controlling time-space, and the other was more peculiar. It seemed to isolate the outside world from the outside world. It made it hard for the outside world to discover this team of theirs. Brother Hidden Horizon, I have activated my domain. Amen. Daoist Hidden Horizon presided over the situation. He turned to the other 2 cultivators, a gray-robed man and a cold, golden-armored male. Barbarian insect, the 2 of you should act too. The gray-robed man nodded slightly. Waving his sleeves, Many small insects flew out from the team in all directions. As for the cold, golden-armored man, the golden armor on the surface of his body suddenly disintegrated into densely packed mechanical creatures that quickly flew in all directions. Dongbua Shue-ing watched by the side. He nodded inwardly. This is indeed the team of Taoist Hidden Horizon. Regardless of whether they specialize in domains or in long-distance scouting, they're quite skilled. Those insects and mechanical life forms could scout the team from afar. The team flew stealthily. Dongbua Shue-ing and the others did not take the initiative to unleash their energy. Instead, it was completely controlled by that gray-robed man, barbarian insect. As they flew, Dongbua Shue-ing and his team had long avoided the chaotic origin life forms when they encountered them. The team would occasionally fly at high speed, slow down at times, and detour around the chaotic origin life forms. During the first hour, they did not meet any danger. Dongbua Shue-ing felt as if he was out on a leisurely trip. That time when I first arrived in the sacred world, I was teleported to a place not far away from Scarlet Cloud City. I executed my void techniques to fly carefully and stealthily, yet I was soon ambushed. That time in the guiding hall, I've also seen the map. The chaotic origin life forms on the map are densely distributed across the entire place. Yet we have yet to meet a single one after such a long time. Taoist Hidden Horizon has indeed chosen his subordinates carefully. There were specializations in every industry. Experts that came from many worlds had their own specialties. For instance, the subordinates of Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xiafan were at least at the grand perfection strength of God Emperor. After all, 80% of God Emperor's full-fledged battle prowess were present in Scarlet Cloud City. Those who were able to reach the peak of God Emperor's battle prowess had all reached an unimaginable level in their respective paths. In some aspects, they were even more outstanding than the 3 city lords. Big Brother Xiafan, this hunting team is established by Taoist Hidden Horizon. His subordinates and us are here. Ordinary dangers are not worth mentioning to us at all. If we want to scheme against that Fei Xue, it will be quite troublesome. Don't worry, Hidden Horizon's goal this time is the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. It's an extremely dangerous place, so he limited the number of people in the team to at least 50, because if it's too little, he won't be confident. Xia Fan was relaxed and confident. When the true danger arrives, we just have to give them a slight push. Without the help of our comrades, it is impossible for God Emperor to survive against the encirclement of chaotic origin life forms with his grand perfection strength. Right, there are many opportunities along the way. Especially when hunting the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent itself is a huge danger. This Fei Xue is fortunate to survive through 1 or 2 dangers, but it's impossible for him to survive every single one. He is dead for sure. He even dares to join this team that is purposely hunting the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. If I were him, I would be careful enough and join those teams that are hunting outside the city. Xiafan and the group of cultivators were discussing. According to Xiafan's plan, obtaining food was secondary. The most important thing was to borrow the hands of the chaotic origin life forms to kill Dongbua Shue-ing. As long as they succeeded, Xiafan would be able to vent his anger. On the other hand, they knew that Dongbua Shue-ing had at least 6 corpses of God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms. The value of those corpses was incredibly high. He is dead for sure. This Fei Xue is practically dead this time. Some of the other loose cultivators in the team sighed inwardly. Since he dares to offend Xiafan, he is seeking death. But the moment he dies, by then the treasures he left behind would be considered as the spoils of war for the entire team. I've heard that there are at least 6 corpses of God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms. By then, we should be able to get quite a bit too. These loose cultivators were looking forward to it too. The 6 corpses added together was equivalent to food that could support a cultivator for several 100 billion years. Even if the entire team were to split the spoils, everyone would still reap a huge harvest. These loose cultivators did not have a good life. They did not have any friendship with Dongbua Shuang. Hence, they would naturally watch coldly from the sidelines. They were happy to see Dongbua Shuang fall, and the treasures would be split among them. Fei Xue dared to do this. He should have something to rely on. The only person in the team who could match Xia Fan in status, Taoist Hidden Horizon, glanced at Dongbua Shuang, reaching the strength of Taoist Hidden Horizon. His vision was naturally different. He was more than happy to give some help. If Dongbua Shuang really had some powerful techniques to rely on, this bit of help would be worth it. Taoist Hidden Horizon's personality naturally made him a good person. Hidden Horizon, be careful. A group of ant dragons have sensed our team and are currently charging over. The gray-robed male transmitted. Ant dragons? How many are there? Taoist Hidden Horizon asked. There are a total of 86 that are charging over, and there are even more ant dragons rushing over from afar. The gray-robed male transmitted. Chengyu, Taoist Hidden Horizon ordered. Bring everyone along with us. Yes. The fastest person in Taoist Hidden Horizon's team was called Chengyu. He was a gray-skinned, blue-horned male. He immediately released his energy. One could see a gray energy erupting from his surroundings, enveloping the entire team of 51 people. Following that, this gray energy enveloped the team. Their speed abruptly increased by more than 3 times. Amen? Dongbua Shuang could feel the scenery around the team flickering continuously. The team's speed was rapidly increasing. He could not help but feel startled. Fellow cultivators, we have been discovered by the nearest chaotic origin life form. We have to advance with our fastest speed. Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. We have been discovered. We have to throw them off with our fastest speed. Which chaotic origin life form discovered us? Many cultivators did not panic. They had lived in Scarlet Cloud City for a long time and had come out to hunt many times. They were already used to encountering danger. Even if they died in battle, it merely represented that they had failed in their pursuit of the chaotic origin path. That time when they chose to leave their hometown for this world of despair, exiled world, or survival world, they were naturally mentally prepared. Either they succeeded, or he would eventually fall on this road. The ant dragons are obstructing us. Big Brother Hidden Horizon, should we charge? Or should we detour around them? Charge. Taoist Hidden Horizon directly ordered. The entire ant dragon tribe is huge. Now that they have discovered us, it would be more troublesome if we detour around them. He made his decision according to his subordinates. Very soon, Dongbua Shuang and the rest of the team saw many chaotic origin life forms appearing ahead of them. These experts were called ant dragons by the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City. They looked like ants, yet they had a long and sharp tail. Their tail was the most terrifying part of their body. These ant dragons relied on numbers to win. According to the intelligence reports, there were at least 100,000 ant dragons living in this vast region. There was even a high-graded chaotic origin life form, ant dragon, that was imprisoned here because they were spread across a vast region. Dongbua Shuang and the others were temporarily facing just a few dozen of them. Remember, don't seek to kill them. Just escape as fast as possible. Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted an order. A large group of ant dragons. The smaller ones were about 100 meters tall, and their tails were 300 meters long. The biggest one was 1,000 meters tall. It was like a small mountain. All of them were madly charging towards Dongbua Shuang and the others. In this sacred world, even though the cultivators hunted chaotic origin life forms, the chaotic origin life forms were similarly merciless towards the cultivators. Who? The ant dragons immediately clashed with this hunting team. All sorts of techniques were unleashed. For instance, the team under Taoist Hidden Horizon and the team under Xia Fan had great teamwork. Taoist Hidden Horizon was still considered kind. He used some domain techniques to protect the loose cultivators and Dongbu Shuang, meddlesome. Xia Fan glanced at Taoist Hidden Horizon when he saw that. He thought, "You might be able to help him temporarily, but I don't believe you can always help him during the entire journey." ***, today's first night. Recently, he felt ashamed of himself. Tomorrow, he would be more ruthless to himself. Fourth night, Chapter 1351. The cultivators had an overwhelming advantage. In terms of individual strength, other than the two late-stage God-Emperor loose cultivators, the weakest was at the grand perfection God-Emperor strength. And that group of chaotic origin life form, ant dragons, were comparatively weaker. Even though they had strong survival capabilities, quite a few of them were at the middle stage God-Emperor strength. Some were at the late stage God-Emperor strength, and some were at the grand perfection God-Emperor strength. Furthermore, the cultivators specialized in different techniques. They could coordinate perfectly with each other. With appropriate coordination, they would be able to unleash a powerful combat strength. Just like in the past when they rescued Dongbu Shuang, a small team of 8 could easily suppress close to 100 Shadow Reapers. One could see how frightening a group of grand perfection God-Emperor cultivators who could coordinate perfectly with each other were. At this moment, Taoist Hidden Horizon had an elite team under him. Xia Fan similarly led a group of elites who could coordinate well with each other. The other loose cultivators were mostly at the grand perfection God-Emperor strength. As for the ant dragons, all of them had similar techniques. It was hard for them to complement each other, especially when the cultivators only wished to leave quickly. They were not interested in fighting. The moment they charged, they broke apart. The ant dragons were sent flying in all directions. They could not defend against them at all. Xia Fan's aura spread out like a wave. The surrounding time-space was distorting. The 2 ant dragons that were rushing towards him were even affected by his domain. They could not help but fly towards him. One of the grand perfection God-Emperor ant dragons roared. It could still struggle and resist, but the other late-stage God-Emperor ant dragon was instantly closed in by Xia Fan. He punched on the chest of that ant dragon, causing its huge body to tremble. Following that, its soul and aura were extinguished. A single punch, and he killed a late-stage God-Emperor ant dragon? The situation was not too dangerous. Dongbu Shuang could still observe his surroundings. Seeing the power of Xia Fan's punch, his eyes dilated. Even Cloud Phoenix City Master could not do this. He killed it with a single punch? He is indeed a Dao cultivator with a half-chaotic origin life-form body. Furthermore, he has the heaviest body in the entire Scarlet Cloud City. In terms of strength, he might be comparable to Cloud Phoenix City Master, but in terms of profundity, he has far surpassed the latter. With a single punch, the ant dragon was not injured at all, yet it had died. Dongbu Shuang felt apprehensive inwardly. He dared to act so recklessly in Scarlet Cloud. So, with a flip of his hand, Xia Fan kept the ant dragon's corpse and continued to charge forward with the team. The team of cultivators had practically charged out of the obstruction of these ant dragons within 2 breaths of time. A total of 3 ant dragons had died, 2 with the combat strength of a middle-stage God-Emperor, and 1 with the combat strength of a late-stage God-Emperor. Stage of the Demon Cultivator was stage of God-Emperor, late of God of Stage, Emperor stage of Emperor. After mission, he killed stage the perfection he got Emperor Dragon. Emperor stage. Formidable. Taoist Hidden Horizon glanced at Xia Fan. Each had their own specialties. In terms of close combat, he, Taoist Hidden Horizon, was far inferior to Xia Fan. He was only slightly better than most Grand Perfection God Emperor experts. Taoist Hidden Horizon was most proficient in domains. His domain technique also allowed the entire team to perform extremely well. With Xia Fan around, our chances of killing the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent will be much higher. Taoist Hidden Horizon thought. They flew at high speed. With the help of the cultivator Chengyu, the team's flying speed far surpassed those dragon ants. We escaped. We escaped the encirclement. There's no danger now. The gray-robed man and the golden-armored man, who were responsible for scouting the surroundings, were sure that the team had escaped from the encirclement. If the battle had dragged on, a large number of other dragon ants would have quickly surrounded them. Once they were completely entangled, they would be dead meat. When hunting outside the city, the most fundamental point was that one must not be obsessed with fighting, because there were too many chaotic origin life forms. The longer they dragged on, the more chaotic origin life forms would come. 100, 200, 500, 1,000. If they dragged on for a day or two, it was normal for several tens of thousands of chaotic origin life forms to surround them. By then, no matter how strong the cultivator was, he would definitely die under the attacks of the chaotic origin life forms. Continue advancing. Taoist Hidden Horizon ordered. The team's speed abruptly decreased. The time-space domain once again enveloped the team. There was also a mysterious domain that enveloped the team, causing the team to seemingly disappear. This was the best way to advance. Only after 4 hours or so did they once again discovered. They did not seem to be obsessed with fighting. They continued advancing. This team is very strong. We did not meet any danger along the way. I came out to fight, firstly for food, and secondly to temper myself. But this journey has been very relaxing. Dongbua Shuang thought. That's right. This hunting team included the core members of Taoist Hidden Horizons team and Xia Fan's team. They were naturally strong. Be careful. Taoist Hidden Horizons' voice spread across the team. A large group of poison demon dragons have discovered us. There are more than 300 of them currently rushing over. Who? At that moment, a dusky energy enveloped the team. The team's speed abruptly increased. They did not care about being exposed. They were using their fastest speed to escape. More than 300 poison demon dragons? Many cultivators in the team were startled. Poison demon dragon was the name they gave to a chaotic origin life form. Chaotic origin life forms specialized in different techniques, and the degree of threat they posed to the cultivators was different. And the poison demon dragon was one of the life forms that posed a higher degree of threat. More importantly, they had encountered so many of them this time. If it were an ordinary hunting team, some of their members might die if they encountered more than 300 poison demon dragons. Fortunately, this team was strong enough. They are here. Prepare for battle. Fellow cultivators, you must work together as one. Taoist Hidden Horizon solemnly transmitted. Hong, 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 hong. A group of extremely fast figures appeared on the left. The poison demon dragon was entirely gray. It looked like a crawling dragon. Its entire body was filled with sharp spikes. There were even many spikes on its back that looked like a huge fan. Its tail was very long, and it was filled with spikes too, sweeping across it. Dongbua Shuang could ascertain that there were a total of 8 million spikes on the body of the poison demon dragon, and all of these spikes were filled with lethal poison. It was a poison that could cause the expressions of most Grand Perfection God Emperor cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City to change. Because the spikes were filled with lethal poison, the threat posed by the poison demon dragon was sufficiently high. Kill! The eyes of the poison demon dragon that was charging at the front were cold. They were similarly intelligent and did not show any mercy to the cultivators. Kill! Suddenly, black and white ribbons appeared on the surface of Taoist Hidden Horizon's body. The black and white ribbons flew out in all directions, rapidly entangling the poison demon dragons. Those poison demon dragons that were entangled by the ribbons had their flying speed greatly reduced. Taoist Hidden Horizon specializes in domain techniques, but he relies on his bloodline energy instead. Dongbua Shui Ying understood from the intelligence that the black and white ribbons could maintain their strongest power when binding 9 enemies. When the number of enemies exceeded 9, the power of the black and white ribbons would also decrease. Many black and white ribbons were scattered around the team. Around Dongbua Shui Ying, there was a black and white ribbons floating as well. However, it did not bind the enemies. Only during crucial moments would it help to bind the enemies. Because if too many enemies were bound at the same time, the power of the binding would decrease greatly. Face you, brat, we are here to save you. Xie Fan laughed. He led the 15 experts under him and charged towards Dongbua Shui Ying's direction. Because they were all in the team, in the blink of an eye, Xie Fan and the other 15 experts had surrounded Dongbua Shui Ying. With the 17 of them gathered together, which was a third of the team, they naturally attracted the attacks of over 100 poison demon dragons. Bang, bang, bang. In Xie Fan's team, some utilized their domains, some transformed into countless phantoms, some emitted sound waves, some fought head-on, some attacked from afar. They perfectly coordinated with each other, because they were strong enough, coupled with the help of their comrades. This team of 16 was able to perfectly defend against the encirclement of the large group of poison demon dragons. They had too much experience. As for Dongbua Shui Ying, although he was also in the team, none of the 16 experts helped Dongbua Shui Ying. Dongbua Shui Ying also had 7 poison demon dragons attacking him at the same time. It was very normal for 7 poison demon dragons to attack him at the same time. Most cultivators would encounter such a situation. However, the other cultivators were helping each other, which greatly reduced the pressure on them. However, Dongbua Shui Ying did not help at all. Perhaps this large group of poison demon dragons might be able to kill him. Xie Fan sneered inwardly. With a casual punch, he killed a late-stage god Emperor Poison demon dragon. With a single palm strike, he sent a full-circle god Emperor Poison demon dragon flying. In the entire battlefield, only Xie Fan had such tyrannical might. Chapter 1352. On the battlefield, Xie Fan had the highest efficiency in killing chaotic origin life forms. This infuriated some of the poison demon dragons. Piu. More than 10 perfect-class God Emperor Poison demon dragons began attacking Xie Fan from all sides. Occasionally, the poisonous spikes on their bodies would fly out and stab towards Xie Fan. Xie Fan didn't even bother to dodge. His extremely heavy body created a domain that greatly reduced the speed of those poisonous thorns. When they pierced Xie Fan's body, they couldn't even pierce through his skin. He, Xie Fan, was the right-hand man of City Governor Weatherleaf because he was the one in Weatherleaf's team who was the most capable of resisting all enemies. These grand perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin life forms besieging him, Xie Fan didn't put them in his eyes at all. With his control over his body as a Tao comprehender, these poison demon dragons were unable to injure him. Although he wasn't injured, he was momentarily pinned down. Die. Xie Fan leisurely faced the enemy, and he was also paying attention to the situation on Dongbua Shui Ying's side. What? That damned Hidden Horizon. Xie Fan's expression changed. Dongbua Shui Ying was indeed in a terrible state. He only had the fleshly body of a late-stage god emperor. Among the cultivators present, he was ranked towards the back. 1 versus 7? 3 god emperor consummate stage poison demon dragons, for god emperor advanced stage poison demon dragons, and most importantly, the poisonous stingers that they shot out were the greatest threat to the poison demon dragons. How could Dongbua Shui Ying dare to resist them? He could only wield his spear and execute his spear techniques, using all sorts of moves to block the surrounding poison spikes and the poison demon dragons. Not good. If there were no thorns, he could still hold his ground against the poison demon dragon. However, with so many poisonous stingers flying towards him, Dongbua Shueing had to divert most of his attention to defend against them. For a moment, he was in a difficult situation. Suddenly, 7 poison demon dragons shot out their poisonous stingers at the same time, causing Dongbua Shueing to be greatly shocked. Chi! Suddenly, a black ribbon floating in the surroundings suddenly coiled and swept away all the poisonous thorns that had suddenly shot over. So strong! Dongbua Shueing was surprised and overjoyed at the same time. He was well aware of the power of the venomous thorn, and the fact that the black and white ribbons were able to engulf the venomous thorn completely showed how powerful they were. By relying on this domain-like technique, Daoist Hidden Horizon status was comparable to Xiafan. Dongbua Shueing dealt with it in a dangerous manner. Pooh! From time to time, the poison demon dragon would strike Dongbua Shueing's body with its claws, but the layers of the void around him were all useless. In the end, the claws would land on Dongbua Shueing's body. Under the claws, black flames would rise, and Dongbua Shueing would be sent flying, coughing up blood. Daoist Hidden Horizon was clearly not helping them all the time. Usually he would allow Dongbua Shueing to be injured if it was not fatal. Only at the most crucial moment would he lend a hand. Previously, when Dongbua Shueing was being attacked by so many venomous spikes, he should have been hit by at least a batch of them. With so much venom entering his body, it was even more terrifying than being slapped by the claws of the Dongbua Shueing. Poison demon dragons. Scarlet Cloud City's cultivators were most afraid of their poisonous stingers. They fought and fled at the same time. Dongbua Shueing and the rest were extremely fast. In addition to the continuous deaths of some of the God Emperor Middle Stage and God Emperor Late Stage poison demon dragons, the obstruction of the poison demon dragons was constantly decreasing. Finally, the hunting squad managed to shake off these poison demon dragons and fled at high speed. We killed a total of 21 God Emperor Middle Stage poison demon dragons and 80 God Emperor Late Stage poison demon dragons. Dongbua Shueing thought, what a pity, there wasn't even a single God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage poison demon dragon. In terms of value, the total number of poison demon dragons they killed couldn't even compare to a single God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage poison demon dragon. Because in terms of size, the value of a God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage poison demon dragon was extremely high. It was about 10,000 times more valuable than a God Emperor Middle Stage poison demon dragon. It was about 200 to 300 times more valuable than a God Emperor Late Stage poison demon dragon. Depending on the race, there would be some fluctuations. No other choice. Even if Xiafan wanted to kill a God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage chaotic origin life form, he had to depend on the race and the survival capabilities of the other party. Furthermore, he had to fight one-on-one with sufficient time. Like when a large group of chaotic origin life forms work together, the moment a God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage chaotic origin life form suffered heavy injuries, it would immediately retreat. It was very hard to kill it. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shueing's flame lineage chaotic origin life form corpse might not exist in the sacred world, but it was very precious. That was the reason why Xiafan could only obtain 6 God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage corpses and 1,000,000 cubic meters of food. Even so, it made the eyes of quite a few cultivators turn red. Xiafan wanted to kill him. Firstly, it was for his reputation. Secondly, it was for the sake of those 6 God Emperor Grand Perfection Stage chaotic origin life form corpses. Brother Hidden Horizon, many thanks. The team resumed flying stealthily. Dongbua Shueing transmitted a message to Daoist Hidden Horizon. Daoist Hidden Horizon glanced at Dongbua Shueing before transmitting back. Younger brother Feishue, you don't have to thank me. I am just doing my best to help you. If the situation worsened, I'll definitely do my best to protect these good friends of mine. I understand. Dongbua Shueing was clear too. In terms of relationship and responsibility, Daoist Hidden Horizon had to protect his own team members first. It was rare for an outsider like him to help out. As they continued flying in the blink of an eye, it had been a day since they left Scarlet Cloud City. Even though they met some dangers, they were not as dangerous as those poison demon dragons. From day to night, and from night to day, hoo, snow fell from the sky, scattering across the vast wilderness. Dongbua Shueing and his team continued flying stealthily. Fellow Taoists, according to our investigations, there are some Mount Primal Chaos serpents ahead. There are a total of 32 of them, and 15 of them are at the Grand Perfection level of God Emperor. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. This time the main reason why I established this hunting team is to kill a Mount Primal Chaos serpent at the Grand Perfection level of God Emperor. There aren't many Mount Primal Chaos serpents ahead, and they pose little threat to us. As long as we succeed in killing them, we'll immediately return. Just 32 of them. This will be easy. 15 of them are at the Grand Perfection level of God Emperor. We have about 50 God Emperor Grand Perfection level serpents. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Mount Primal Chaos serpents were considered one of the more noble bloodlines among chaotic origin life forms. In terms of individuals, they were far more difficult to deal with than the poison demon dragons. They were the most terrifying and troublesome enemies they met along the way. But they could not overcome the fact that they were few in numbers. In terms of threat, they were much lower than that group of poison demon dragons. It's going so smoothly this time. Xie Fan slightly frowned. The journey this time was more than a day away from Scarlet Cloud City. Yet only the poison demon dragons could barely be considered a threat, and they only discovered 32 Mount Primal Chaos serpents. If there were more than 100 of them, then Dongbua Shueing would undoubtedly die. But now, Xie Fan had no other choice. He did not dare to directly act against Dongbua Shueing within the team. The moment he did so, he would be challenging the unwritten rules of the entire Scarlet Cloud City. Coming out to hunt was fraught with danger, and to kill each other, from now on, who would dare to let him enter the team? Who? The team rapidly got closer. The group of Mount Primal Chaos serpents sensed it too. They similarly rushed over furiously. Amen? The expression of the gray-robed man changed slightly. He transmitted over Hidden Horizon. The other Mount Primal Chaos serpents in the distance have also received the news. They are currently rushing over here. The closest group has a total of 69 Mount Primal Chaos serpents. We have to resolve this as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more Mount Primal Chaos serpents that are rushing over. Mount Primal Chaos serpents had a relatively noble bloodline. Their numbers were slightly lesser too, even though they were not like the ant dragon, which had more than 100,000 of them. The number of Mount Primal Chaos serpents that were rushing over should reach 700 to 800 in an hour. That was sufficient to kill all of them. Furthermore, other than the Mount Primal Chaos serpents, other chaotic origin life forms that were closer to them would also rush over. Keep a close watch of the surroundings. The moment things go south, we must immediately escape. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted over to the gray-robed man and the cold, golden-armored male. Yes, the two of them were responsible for scouting the surroundings and understanding the situation. Who? Finally, the team met with a group of Mount Primal Chaos serpents. The Mount Primal Chaos serpent had a snake head on each end of its body. It did not have a tail, or rather, the snake head was its tail. Its wriggling body seemed illusory and translucent. Only the two snake heads were the most savage. Kill! The team charged forward. Devour these cultivators. This group of Mount Primal Chaos serpents all had strange auras. They were faintly discernible in the void as they charged towards Dongbua, Shueing, and the others. follow the original plan. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted over to his subordinates. Daoist Hidden Horizon was a cultivator with a good temper. At this moment, killing intent surged in his eyes. This time he was determined to obtain the Mount Primal Chaos Serpents. Chapter 1353. The battle broke out instantly. There were only 32 Mount Primal Chaos snakes, and only 15 of them were at God Emperor Peak Stage. The rest were all late God Emperor Peak Stage. Dongbua Shueing and the others had a total of 47 Perfection Stage God Emperor combat strength, 2 God Emperor late stage combat strength, and Xie Fan and Daoist Hidden Horizon were 2 of the strongest experts in Scarlet Cloud City. The coordination between the cultivators was also excellent, but he only had a slight upper hand on the battlefield. Brother Feishue, let us help you. Don't be afraid, we're here. Xie Fan and the rest of the 16 were still surrounding Dongbua Shueing. While they were fighting against the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, they were purposely letting the serpent loose, not helping Dongbua Shueing at all. A God Emperor Max level Mount Primal Chaos Serpent was fighting against Dongbua Shueing. This is the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent? Dongbua Shueing was not angry. Instead, he was happy. The reason he came out was to sharpen himself. Hua! This Mount Primal Chaos Serpent's body was translucent like an illusion. It easily coiled around Dongbua Shueing. Because it was illusory, the body of the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent could not be touched at all. It was as if it did not exist. However, after the illusory body coiled around his body, Dongbua Shueing felt that the pressure on him from the surroundings had increased significantly, causing his strength to drop by half. Hiss! Cultivator die! The Mount Primal Chaos Serpent had a head and a tail, and one of its heads was like a rock. It forcefully smashed over with abnormally terrifying might. As for the other head, there was a black light revolving around it. Its movement speed was so fast that it left behind many afterimages. Every time it opened its mouth, Dongbua Shueing would be so frightened that he would execute his spear art to defend himself. He would definitely not dare to be bitten. The Mount Primal Chaos Serpent had 2 heads. One was as heavy as a mountain and indestructible, while the other was ghostly and poisonous. Once bitten, an ordinary cultivator at the peak stage of God Emperor would lose half his life. Just a few bites, and he would probably die. This Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, his body was untouchable and could not be injured at all. Of the 2 snake heads, one was like a mountain. It was impossible to injure it. Up until now, no one had been able to break through the stone skull of God Emperor's Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. Only the other poisonous head was the only hope of killing it. The poisonous head contained the life core of the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. Once the poisonous head was broken, the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent would die. Dongbua Shueing was bound by the illusory body, causing his strength to be reduced by half. Facing the consecutive attacks from the 2 snakeheads, he could only barely hold his ground. This is just one Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. Fortunately, my spear skills are good enough to block it. Dongbua Shueing did not dare to be careless. He displayed all his spear skills with all his might. As for killing him, he had no intention of killing them. Even Xie Fan, who had the strongest offense amongst the 51 cultivators present, could only kill the slightly weaker God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life form in a one-on-one battle. For example, God Emperor's Mount Primal Chaos Serpent at the Grand Perfection level had to be surrounded and attacked. At this moment, Daoist Hidden Horizon and a total of 12 cultivators were working together to attack a single Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. The other cultivators in their team were defending against other Mount Primal Chaos Serpents and creating a good environment. The 12 of them worked together. Daoist Hidden Horizon's black-white domain was fully suppressing that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. Huh! The Thunder Sword Light slashed down. Ho! An enormous illusory head appeared. It let out a roar, sending shockwaves at the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. All sorts of attacks came one after another. That Mount Primal Chaos Serpent that was surrounded twisted its body. Its illusory body blocked the incoming attacks, causing all attacks to weaken after passing through its illusory body. That indestructible stone head also became huge. It swallowed the poisonous head into its mouth. One head bit the other, forming a ring shape. Kill! Daoist Hidden Horizon and the others could only send their shock waves at the stone head, transmitting them into the poisonous head in its mouth. The 12 cultivators had long prepared a plan, but when they truly acted, they still found it hard to deal with. It is too hard to kill. Its primal chaos body can easily dissipate a large amount of attacks. There is also the undying head protecting that poisonous head. Fortunately, Daoist Hidden Horizon and the others could sense that they had indeed injured that hidden poisonous head. The injuries of this Mount Primal Chaos Serpent were worsening. Because of this, they had the confidence to continue. Hidden Horizon, the closest wave of 69 Mount Primal Chaos Serpents, is rushing over. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill this Mount Primal Chaos Serpent before they arrive. Hidden Horizon, why don't we ask that Siafan for help? When Daoist Hidden Horizon heard the voice transmission of his comrade, he became anxious. The moment those 69 Mount Primal Chaos Serpents arrive, the number of Mount Primal Chaos Serpents here would rise to 101. Even though their team could still hold on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. And this was only the closest wave. There were still more waves of Mount Primal Chaos Serpents rushing over. Siafan, Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. Why? You can't deal with it and want my help? Siafan transmitted with a strange smile. What condition? Daoist Hidden Horizon asked. Previously, you have been spoiling my plans and helping that Feishiwe. Siafan sneered. I can stop helping you. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted back. This Mount Primal Chaos Serpent was related to his cultivation. He had to get it. Siafan transmitted back. We didn't meet any huge dangers on the way here. If there aren't any huge dangers on the way back, even if you don't help him, he might still survive. Furthermore, if you don't help him, he would only lose a helping hand, that's all. This isn't enough for me to help you. What condition? Just say it. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted back. 2 Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin Life Forms. Siafan transmitted. You, Daoist Hidden Horizon, was inwardly infuriated. I can give you 1,000,000 cubic meters of food. This is the highest I can accept. His accumulation was relatively small. A total of 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life forms. But the moment he succeeded in killing them, he would definitely choose a Mount Primal Chaos Serpent after returning. He had to compensate for the other 50 people in the team. Just to compensate, he had to take out all 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life forms and share them with everyone. Because a Mount Primal Chaos Serpent was equivalent to 3 other Chaotic Origin life forms at the same level. 1,000,000 cubic meters? Are you insulting me? Siafan sneered. 1 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life form. I'll temporarily owe you one. I'll find a chance to compensate you in the future. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted back. Just 1. And you still owe me temporarily? I think you should just slowly kill it yourself. Siafan sneered. Because Daoist Hidden Horizon had helped Dongbua Shueing previously, he was originally unhappy. Furthermore, the benefits Daoist Hidden Horizon gave him were too little. Even though Daoist Hidden Horizon was furious, he had no other choice. He could only continue attacking that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent with his companions. Hurry up and help me. Help me. This Mount Primal Chaos Serpent began asking for help. At that moment, the surrounding Mount Primal Chaos Serpents rushed over. Even the serpent that was originally attacking Dongbua Shueing had rapidly abandoned Dongbua Shueing and rushed over to Daoist Hidden Horizon. Block them. Xie Fan, all of you must not watch by the side. Daoist Hidden Horizon and the others became anxious. Dongbua Shueing and the other loose cultivators naturally flew over to help block the serpents. Xie Fan and the other 15 sneered, but they still had to act against those Mount Primal Chaos serpents. Xie Fan and the others were casually attacking. Xie Fan, there is another batch of 69 Mount Primal Chaos serpents coming over. I hope for you to help me once. Let them come. As for helping you, 2 Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life forms from God Emperor. Xie Fan sneered. He was more than happy for the danger to increase. Even if another 69 serpents came, he believed it would not be a problem for him to protect himself. By then, when the number of Mount Primal Chaos serpents exceeded 100, that Monarch Feishue would most likely die. Wouldn't everything within the storage treasure of Monarch Feishue end up in their hands? Even though the treasures of Monarch Feishue would become the spoils of war for the entire team if he died, Xie Fan and the others had a total of 16 cultivators. According to their contributions along the way, they might be able to get close to half of the treasures. Come. Xie Fan was looking forward to it. Finally, kill these cultivators. Kill them. From afar, a group of Mount Primal Chaos serpents broke through the sky. They let out roars that reverberated across the world. A total of 69 serpents came. Their power was overwhelming. The moment they joined in, the entire situation changed. Xie Fan and the other 15 cultivators were doing their best to defend, but the 16 of them remained surrounding Dongbua Shueing and did not help him at all. He is doomed. This Feishue is most likely going to die. Those loose cultivators were all cooperating with the others. They did not dare to join in. They were originally weak, so what if they joined in? Some of them might even die. Feishue, I can't help you anymore. You have to be careful. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. No other choice. Daoist Hidden Horizon was in an even worse situation, because that Mount Primal Chaos serpent they were currently fighting was letting out a cry for help, causing more than half of the Mount Primal Chaos serpents to surround Daoist Hidden Horizon and the others. At this moment, Daoist Hidden Horizon was extremely nervous. He unleashed his black-white domain with all his might. Black-white ribbons spread out, binding those Mount Primal Chaos serpents time after time so that they could finish their encirclement. He has no companions to help him. It seems he has been isolated. Let's kill him first. The Mount Primal Chaos serpents were incredibly intelligent, especially the group of Mount Primal Chaos serpents that were fighting against Xie Fan and the other 15 cultivators. They discovered that Dongbua Shueing had been isolated. At that moment, 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor Mount Primal Chaos serpents separated and attacked Dongbua Shueing. They were too lazy to care about the internal strife between the cultivators as long as they could kill a cultivator. Even killing one would make them go crazy. Just like how cultivators wanted to kill chaotic origin life forms for the sake of food. The chaotic origin life forms similarly desired to kill cultivators. Pung. Previously, Dongbua Shueing had a hard time dealing with a single Mount Primal Chaos serpent. At this moment, 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor Mount Primal Chaos serpents assaulted him, forcing him into a desperate situation. Chapter 1354. Amidst the desperate situation, Dongbua Shueing struggled to defend. He executed his spear to the limit. Pung! That rock-like head of the Mount Primal Chaos serpent was just like a small mountain ramming against Shueing. Shueing flew backwards. 3 bones in his body were broken, causing him to spurt out fresh blood. But closely following that, his body rapidly recovered. Now this is dangerous enough. Dongbua Shueing was in a frenzy. This time, when he fought against the poison demon dragon, he was in a perilous situation. That time, he had also sharpened his spear techniques. It allowed him to feel that even though his Tao of Void had improved, he still discovered some problems in battles of life and death. And now the situation was even worse. As Dongbua Shuang was risking his life, he was also discovering the problems with his Tao of Void. In order to reach the half-chaotic origin life form body, not only did his fleshly body reach the pinnacle beneath chaotic origin life forms, his spear techniques that contain the Tao of Void should similarly reach the pinnacle. Perfecting his spear techniques, perfecting his fleshly body. Actually, they were all improvements in Tao. Just 3 breaths of time later, Dongbua Shuang no longer dared to continue fighting. If this continues, my injuries will be too severe. I doubt I can maintain my peak state for too long. Dongbua Shuang thought, let's erupt. My strongest fleshly body. Let me fight with all my might. Let me test out my spear techniques. The aura on Dongbua Shuang's body abruptly surged. As Xie Fan defended against the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, he was also paying attention to Dongbua Shuang. He is completely being trampled on. Even though his spear techniques are not bad, he will definitely die within the time taken to brew a cup of tea. Following that, what? Xie Fan watched with shock. At this moment, Dongbua Shuang's body expanded to a height of about 10 meters. His entire body was covered in gray light. He was originally handsome, but now he became much more muscular and muscular. His aura was also vigorous and violent. This aura was not much weaker than Xie Fan's. Half-chaotic origin life form body? Xie Fan was startled. No, his aura is violent and unstable. He should not have truly reached the level of a half-chaotic origin life form body. Yet he could barely erupt to this stage. He could maintain this level of physical body for a short period of time. It belonged to having 1 foot over the threshold. Get lost. Shuang lashed out with his spear technique. Many circles of space revolved, slapping on the stone head of a Mount Primal Chaos serpent by the side, causing that Mount Primal Chaos serpent to roll backwards. After the explosion of his physical body, as someone who comprehended the laws and profound mysteries, his strength in the Tao of Void could temporarily remain at the level of Xie Fan and Taoist Hidden Horizon. Pow! With a clear advantage in strength, he naturally easily repelled the 3 Mount Primal Chaos serpents. With Dongbua Shuang's strength, it would probably take 8 to 9 God Emperor Great Circle Mount Primal Chaos serpents to work together to hold him back. Awesome! Dongbua Shuang displayed his spear techniques without restraint. The same marksmanship. When one's fleshly body was strengthened to a whole new level, the power they could display was completely different. Xie Fan and the rest of the 16 were completely stunned. No wonder he dared to not give me any face. Is this what he is relying on? Xie Fan thought when he saw this. I can sense that his body is very unstable. Even his aura is somewhat chaotic. He definitely won't be able to maintain this state for long. When he is unable to hold on, I want to see what he will do. Big brother Xie Fan, we are in trouble. Given his strength, even if he can maintain it for a short period of time, that Taoist Hidden Horizon will definitely help him. Xie Fan's subordinates could sense that the situation was bad. Xie Fan snorted coldly. Actually, he understood in his heart. A Great Circle God Emperor Great Circle expert and a peak expert who could maintain his strength for a short period of time. Their statuses were completely different. This Feishua is actually so strong. With such strength, he should not be much weaker than Xie Fan. At the very least, he should be on the same level. Right? Xie Fan's battle style is more tyrannical and powerful. This Feishua's techniques are more unfathomable and unpredictable. He is similarly good at close combat. The unaffiliated cultivators were stunned by what they saw. The one who was the happiest was Taoist Hidden Horizon. When Taoist Hidden Horizon saw the 10 meters tall Dongbua Shuang, his heart involuntarily raced. What a good monarch Feishue! I was thinking why he dared to not give face to Xie Fan and Mo Shu. Even after knowing that Xie Fan had joined the hunting squad, he still dared to come. What is he relying on? So it turns out that he is able to erupt with such strength for a short period of time. Monarch Feishue, is there any way to penetrate the stone head of the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent and attack the poisonous head in its mouth? Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. There is. Dongbua Shuang transmitted back. He had long comprehended a Tao of Void technique that could directly penetrate into the body of his enemy. Please help me kill this Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. It is already heavily injured and only has 30% of its life force left. Taoist Hidden Horizon anxiously transmitted. Even though it only had 30% of its life force left, the offensive techniques of his companions were relatively weaker. Naturally, they could not compare with Dongbua Shuang. As long as you help me kill this Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, I'm willing to give you a grand perfection chaotic origin life form, corpse of God Emperor, as thanks. But I'll have to wait for some time before I can give it to you. Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted back. Haha, it's just a small matter. Dongbua Shuang wielded his spear. He stepped on the void and charged over. Because the other cultivators were also fighting with some Mount Primal Chaos Serpents, Dongbua Shuang did not meet any huge trouble along the way. He easily sent 1 or 2 Mount Primal Chaos Serpents flying. Following that, he charged into the group of Taoist Hidden Horizon and the others. Please help me. Taoist Hidden Horizon and the others had many techniques. They were either restraining or infiltrating the serpent. He is here. Dongbua Shuang took a big step forward. He lashed out with his spear at the enormous stone head of that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. At this moment, the stone head was currently swallowing its poisonous head and protecting it. Wang. An unseen ripple immediately permeated through the obstructions and entered the poisonous head. Hong Long Long. The injuries of this Mount Primal Chaos Serpent immediately worsened. Hurry up and save me. Save me. This Mount Primal Chaos Serpent let out a cry for help. All right, hurry up and continue. Taoist Hidden Horizon felt great joy when he saw that. Their efficiency of surrounding the serpent was too slow. At this moment, with the help of Dongbua Shuang, their efficiency had clearly skyrocketed. Pung, pung, pung! The spear in Dongbua Shuang's hand continued hacking down furiously on the head of that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. It wanted to dodge and escape, but it had long been trapped and could not escape. It could only passively endure the bombardment. There were also some strange energies that were continuously permeating into its poisonous head, corroding it. Pung, pung, pung! Dongbua Shuang struck out a total of 21 times before the soul aura of that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent was completely extinguished. That enormous stone head also loosened its mouth, allowing the poisonous head to come out. The stone head naturally shrunk, and the poisonous head naturally became bigger, returning to its original size. Ha ha ha. Taoist Hidden Horizon felt great joy. He waved his hand before keeping the corpse of this Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. At the same time, he transmitted to every member, the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent is in our hands. Fellow cultivators, hurry up and escape. Let's go. Go. The various parties no longer continued fighting. As they fought, they were doing their best to escape. The advantage of fighting while escaping was that they could choose their own escape route and try their best to throw off the other chaotic origin life forms that were surrounding them. Other than that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, which Taoist Hidden Horizon kept, they killed another 9 God Emperor late stage Mount Primal Chaos Serpents. Only then did Dongbua Shuang and his hunting team finally shake off the other chaotic origin life forms and escape. Ha ha ha, we finally escaped. Taoist Hidden Horizon was currently grinning from ear to ear. He was in a great mood. Dongbua Shui-ing had long regained his normal appearance. At this moment, he was only left with slightly more than 20% of his life force. He was constantly absorbing the pieces of chaotic origin crystal jades to recover at the fastest speed possible. After all, he might have to fight at any moment on the way back. This chaotic origin refinement body of mine is still flawed. Currently, the moment I erupt, I have to maintain my body at least 10 meters tall. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. This was already the smallest body he could maintain. His body was not stable, and he could not shrink his body any further. Humph! Xie Fan glanced at Dongbua Shui-ing with slight disdain. Xie Fan was unhappy that he could not kill this Feishue, but he understood, with the current strength of Dongbua Shui-ing, in addition to the fact that Taoist Hidden Horizon and his team were doing their best to help Dongbua Shui-ing, they had no hope at all. At the same time when this hunting team returned, a vast river, many mutated beasts, walked out from the river. They were densely packed together. All of their auras were grand. They were all at the grand perfection God Emperor realm, and there were a total of 500 of them. After they walked out of the river, a tall and big male walked out from the river. His entire body was covered in scales that were similar to those mutated beasts. He had crimson eyes. As he stepped on the void would tremble and distort. His wrists and ankles were shackled. The shackles extended into the void. As he walked out of the river, the golden inscriptions on these shackles gradually lit up. The shackles also turned bright red. Many golden inscriptions lit up, emitting chi-chi-chi sounds. Endless power was pressing down on his body. Damn overlords. There will be a day when all the territories under you overlords will be destroyed, leaving behind only you overlords. This tall and big male gritted his teeth. After he walked out, a large number of mutated beasts followed behind him. They were all at the grand perfection God Emperor realm. A total of 1,000 chaotic origin life form guards. This was clearly a patrol by a chaotic origin prisoner. Every single chaotic origin prisoner suffered from torture day and night. The only way to alleviate this torture was to kill the cultivators. Amen. The tall and big male suddenly turned towards a direction. He had received news from the chaotic origin life forms under him that there was currently a team of cultivators in the distance. Fourth watch completed. Chapter 1355. Cultivators. The crimson eyes of that tall and big male flashed with coldness. Regardless of whether it was because killing the cultivators could alleviate the torment he suffered from the days and nights of imprisonment, or because of his hatred towards the cultivators, he would do his best to kill the cultivators. Woo! The tall and big male said. South, amidst the 1,000 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Life Form Protectors, a mutated beast flashed to the side of that tall and big male. It respectfully lowered its head. King! The chaotic origin prisoner was a high-graded chaotic origin life form. He was also the undisputed leader of this branch of hidden devil hunters. The tall and big male indifferently said, Currently there is a team of cultivators not too far away from us. Led 500 protectors and order them around according to my orders. Yes. Hidden devil hunter, Wu, respectfully acknowledged. Very soon, the 500 hidden devil hunters rapidly left. They could communicate with their leader through their soul at all times. This was also one of the techniques of high-graded, chaotic origin life forms. I hope they don't escape this time. The tall and big male then led his subordinates in another direction. According to his experience over the long years, these cultivators were extremely slippery. The moment they discovered danger, they would explode with a frightening speed to escape for their lives. Every hunting team would specially invite a cultivator who specialized in speed. Their speed far surpassed other cultivators at the same level. Even those chaotic origin life forms could not match up to their speed. Precisely because of their advantage in speed, the cultivators could escape from their pursuers time and time again. That tall and big male had deliberately sent 500 subordinates to chase away the team of cultivators, causing them to fall into a trap. Even so, it was uncertain if they could succeed. The snow that was the size of goose feathers still covered the entire land, causing the entire wilderness to be covered in white snow. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the other 51 cultivators did not leave behind any traces of aura. They stealthily proceeded forward. Brother Feishua, this time, it is all thanks to you that I could obtain the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent. Daoist Hidden Horizon and Dongbua Shwe-ing walked side by side. Those subordinates of Daoist Hidden Horizon who originally did not like Dongbua Shwe-ing treated him politely at this moment. Even without me, Brother Hidden Horizon should be able to obtain it after spending some time. Dongbua Shwe-ing chuckled. You can't say that. The longer I delayed, the more chaotic origin life forms that would rush over. Even though I might be able to kill that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, according to the previous situation, I might not be able to kill it in time. I had to give up and choose to escape. The entire team of cultivators is definitely not willing to fall into a desperate situation. Daoist Hidden Horizon said. Everyone was willing to take on some dangers. But if they were to watch helplessly as they fell into a desperate situation, even the subordinates of Daoist Hidden Horizon would choose to resist and flee for their lives. Haha, if you feel that you owe me something, wait until we return to Scarlet Cloud City. Just give me another grand perfection, chaotic origin, life form, corpse of a god emperor. I wouldn't mind it either. Dongbua Shwe-ing teased. You want to give more? As for the one that I promised you, I will have to temporarily put it on credit. I hope that I can kill a few along the way. Daoist Hidden Horizon curled his lips. The two of them chatted casually and were in a good mood. Hidden Horizon. We have been discovered by more than 80 hidden devil hunters. The gray-robed man transmitted. We have been discovered. Daoist Hidden Horizon frowned. How many grand perfection god emperor hidden devil hunters are there? My initial judgment is that God Emperor Hidden Horizon is close to half the grand perfection life forms. The gray-robed man said. Then let's kill them. This time we have killed fewer prey. Let's kill more on the way back. Daoist Hidden Horizon was calm. Daoist Hidden Horizon then transmitted to all the cultivators. Fellow cultivators, we have been discovered by a team of hidden devil hunters. There are a total of more than 80 of them, and close to half of them are God Emperor, Grand Perfection life forms. Let's prepare to fight. More than 80? They are hidden devil hunters. Everyone in the team was relaxed. They did not care. Hidden devil hunters were a relatively huge tribe. According to estimations, there should be more than 50,000 hidden devil hunters. Such a huge tribe. Their bloodline was not considered noble among the many chaotic origin life forms. Their strength was ordinary too. For instance, a Mount Primal Chaos Serpent could fight against 3 hidden devil hunters of the same level. Just 80 or so hidden devil hunters. That was a complete sweep. Brother Feishua, you have to help us out. Let's work together and kill 1 or 2 God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms. Daoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. All right, the reason why I came out is because I want to get more food. Dongbua Shwe-ing answered. This time, other than that Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, they had yet to kill any other Grand Perfection life forms of God Emperor. The battle erupted after a short moment. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the other Grand Perfection life forms of God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms outnumbered these chaotic origin life forms. Under perfect coordination, they were able to sweep through everything. And this time, with Dongbua Shwe-ing cooperating with Daoist Hidden Horizon and the other Grand Perfection life forms of God Emperor Grand Perfection, Hidden Devil Hunter, they managed to kill one of them. Dongbua Shui-ing, who grew to a height of 10 meters, gave off a berserk aura. His spear hacked down on the head of the hidden devil hunter, causing its head to cave in. That hidden devil hunter's soul aura was finally extinguished. Success! It's dead. Taoist Hidden Horizon and the others were overjoyed. Dongbua Shui-ing also let out a sigh of relief. His body immediately shrunk back to his original size. Just 10 breaths of time later, he had consumed 20% of his life force. The life force that he had just recovered by relying on the chaotic origin crystal jades had decreased once again. This is truly not easy. With Taoist Hidden Horizon restraining me, a group of Grand Perfection God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms working together, and even with my full strength, I still spent 10 breaths of time killing a Grand Perfection life form of God Emperor. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed inwardly. Hidden devil hunters were one of the most ordinary chaotic origin life forms. Yet killing a Grand Perfection God Emperor Grand Perfection life form was so taxing. What? Xia Fan felt slightly jealous when he saw that. He and his subordinates could not even kill a God Emperor Grand Perfection life form. No other choice. Taoist Hidden Horizon and Dongbua Shui-ing could both exert the strength of the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Ultimately, Xia Fan was just a single person. Hidden Horizon. Xia Fan could not help but transmit, help me too. Taoist Hidden Horizon's black-white domain was extremely effective in suppressing the strength of the enemy. Humph, you finally know to ask for my help? Taoist Hidden Horizon glanced at the distant Xia Fan. The two of them exchanged glances. If you help me, by then when the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit distributes the spoils, you will be given more. Xia Fan transmitted. Other apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City would usually want their face. Previously, both parties had an ugly relationship, and it was impossible for them to ask Taoist Hidden Horizon for help. But Xia Fan did not care about his face. Previously, he had torn apart all pretense of cordiality. Turning around, he was smiling and negotiating. You are begging me? Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. All right, I'll help you. Many thanks, many thanks. Xia Fan grinned again. But we can't stay here for too long. When we meet the next wave of chaotic origin life forms, I'll help you. Taoist Hidden Horizon said. Fellow cultivators, let's continue our journey. Don't continue fighting, Taoist Hidden Horizon ordered. They could not continue fighting outside the city. They had to end the battle within a short period. This hunting team, led by Dongbua Shui-ing, rapidly fled once again. The team was filled with laughter. Many cultivators were in a good mood because they had just killed a Grand Perfection God Emperor. But suddenly, what? Taoist Hidden Horizon's expression changed. He stared at the distant gray-robed man. Are you sure you saw wrongly? That's right. The gray-robed man nodded. What happened? The other cultivators turned to Taoist Hidden Horizon. Taoist Hidden Horizon anxiously transmitted to everyone. There are more than 800 hidden devil hunters who discovered us. They are currently chasing after us. Furthermore, there are more than 600 God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms. In reality, they were the 500 protectors sent by the chaotic origin prisoner. Along the way, these 500 protectors had also met some small groups of hidden devil hunters. They gathered together, forming a huge team of more than 800 hidden devil hunters. What? More than 800 hidden devil hunters? There are more than 600 God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms? They were all stunned. They even felt chills in their hearts. Hidden devil hunters were relatively ordinary. This team of cultivators was confident of fighting against 200 God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms, hidden devil hunters, to a standstill. When they encountered 300 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters, they were confident of escaping even if they had to fight. For 100 of them, The moment they fought, there would definitely be casualties in the team. 500 of them. The team suffered heavy casualties, and it was normal for half of them to die. More than 800, or even more than 600 God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms. The moment they fought. If they were lucky, a few might survive. If they were unlucky, they might be wiped out. Run, run, run. Xia Fan roared, "Hurry up and flee!" "Hurry up," Taoist Hidden Horizon ordered. So, a gray light enveloped the entire team. Their speed rose to the limit as they frantically fled. Chapter 1356. How could this be? Why would we meet such a huge group of hidden devil hunters? More than 800 of them, and more than 600 of them are actually at the Grand Perfection level of God Emperor? The ratio of God Emperor to Grand Perfection level is too high. Our luck is too bad. We actually met such a terrifying group of hidden devil hunters. The team was fleeing at their fastest speed. All of them were anxious and filled with disbelief, because it was too rare to meet such a huge group of chaotic origin life forms. Most of the time, they would only gather at places close to the territory of the chaotic origin prisoner. The route they took along the way was carefully arranged. They were very far away from the territory of any chaotic origin prisoner at this moment. What the cultivators in this hunting team did not know was that they had coincidentally met with a chaotic origin prisoner patrolling. The chaotic origin prisoner was patrolling at a place that was relatively close to them. That was why they were able to make arrangements. If that chaotic origin prisoner was in his territory, they were very far away. Even if they received the news, they would not be able to rush over in time. Fellow cultivators, don't worry. We have discovered those 800 overhidden devil hunters ahead of time. They are still quite far away from us. Our current speed is much faster than theirs. Hence, we should be able to shake them off in a short while. They can no longer sense us. Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. Amen. Let us hurry up and shake them off. Even though they were still quite far away, they could not feel at ease if they did not shake them off, because the moment they caught up to them, it would be a calamity. But it seemed that the luck of the cultivators was quite average. Not long after they fled. Not good. There is a group of white stone gods ahead. More than 200 white stone gods have discovered us. The cold, golden-armored male anxiously said at this moment. What white stone gods? Taoist Hidden Horizon was greatly startled. I reckon more than half of them are at the Grand Perfection level of God Emperor. The cold, golden-armored male added. Taoist Hidden Horizon felt incredibly anxious. White stone gods were much stronger than the hidden devil hunters. A single white stone god was equivalent to 2 hidden devil hunters of the same level. Now, there were 200 white stone gods. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to their team of hunters. The white stone god is attacking from the front, and the hidden devil hunter is attacking from the back. If we take a detour, it's very likely that the distance between us and them will decrease. The cold, golden-armored man transmitted. Hidden Horizon, this is the distribution map of the other clans that we've discovered in the surroundings. Those clans haven't discovered us yet. Yes. Taoist Hidden Horizon pondered over the distribution of the surrounding chaotic origin life form tribes. Now, there were 2 groups who had discovered them. Behind them was a terrifying group of more than 800 hidden devil hunters. There was a group of 200 white stone gods in front of them. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. There were other clans around that did not notice them. The distance between us and the hidden devil hunters is still rather far. As long as we put in our all, we will have sufficient time to charge out of the obstruction of white stone god. Taoist Hidden Horizon instantly made his decision. Follow him. Taoist Hidden Horizon immediately transmitted the situation to every cultivator in the team. What? There's still the white stone god. There are 200 white stone gods ahead. All of them panicked. The situation this time was really bad. Right now, the best solution is to charge forward with our fastest speed. The group of hidden devil hunters is slightly further behind us. We have the confidence of breaking through the obstruction of white stone gods before they catch up to us. Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. All right, charge. Everyone had also obtained the distribution map of the surrounding clans. They knew this was the best choice. Brother Feishue, I know you can't maintain your peak strength for too long, but you have to give it a try. Taoist Hidden Horizon transmitted. Rest assured. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. He was the calmest in the entire team, because to him, this was a journey to temper himself. He did not feel that the 800 hidden devil hunters behind him were in much danger. They are here. Prepare for battle. Because both parties were charging at each other, the team of cultivators and the group of white stone gods soon met. The white stone gods were giants that were formed from white rocks. There were big and small ones, and all of them were humanoid. They even wielded weapons in their hands. Some were stone rods and some were stone axes. There were even stone hammers. All sorts of weapons were made from white rocks. Kill these cultivators. Over 200 white stone gods roared. They wielded their gigantic weapons and charged towards Dongbua Shui Ing and the rest. Dongbua Shui Ing and the rest of the cultivators also erupted with power. They coordinated perfectly, using restraining techniques to deal with the white stone gods, some using sinister techniques to interfere with them, and some using combined techniques. All sorts of strange techniques were used. Dongbua Shui Ing had also transformed into a 10-meter tall giant. His skin was glowing with a gray light. At this moment, he was combining all sorts of profound techniques. The strength he could unleash was not any weaker than a grand perfection God Emperor, white stone god. His techniques were strange and far superior. Go! He easily sent a white stone god flying far away. The white stone god somersaulted in midair and landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Quick, let's shake them off. Taoist Hidden Horizon released his black and white domain. The black and white ribbon spread out, affecting the entire battlefield. Very soon, the team of cultivators broke through the obstruction of this group of white stone gods. The moment they broke through, they immediately shook off their pursuers and fled at high speed. The group of hidden devil hunters is getting closer to us. Those present did not dare to relax at all. According to their investigations, the distance between them and the group of hidden devil hunters had shrunk by more than half. This body of mine can only last for a short period. Dongbua Shui Ing had also returned to his normal size, though he was left with only 20% of his life force. No other choice. Even if his body was in perfect condition, he could only last for the time taken to brew a cup of tea, even if his fleshy body completely disintegrated. This fleshy body of mine can't even last for a slightly longer battle. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head inwardly. What? No. The gray-robed man's expression abruptly turned pale. His eyes were filled with shock and fury. Everyone in the team turned to him. Even Taoist Hidden Horizon was stunned. He immediately asked, Barbarian Insect, what happened? Prisoner. The gray-robed man transmitted to everyone. He said with slight despair, Chaotic Origin Prisoner. Just ahead, there is a Chaotic Origin Prisoner leading more than 700 hidden devil hunters. It is the Chaotic Origin Prisoner of the hidden devil hunters. I understand now. Everything is a scheme. It should be coincidentally when this prisoner went out for a patrol, and this Chaotic Origin Prisoner discovered us. Hence, he sent a large group of hidden devil hunters to chase us away. We're being chased away according to the direction it wants us to go, yet this prisoner is leading his subordinates to kill their way over. We're doomed. The team turned silent. They were all stunned. Their hearts were filled with despair. I have been cultivating all my way from my hometown planet to becoming the #1 expert in the cosmos. I have even jumped out of the restraints of the cosmos. Step by step, I have seen many cultivators from different civilizations fall. Today, am I going to fall too? A loose, golden-robed old man muttered to himself. The prisoner went out for a patrol. We're doomed. Many cultivators recalled their lives at this moment. They chose to come to this world because they were prepared to die. But when this day came, they felt complicated in their hearts. They understood the current situation. This was a chaotic origin prisoner going out for a patrol and coincidentally discovered them. Hence, he had laid down a scheme for them. In fact, this kind of thing also happened in history, but it was very, very rare because there were only a few chaotic origin prisoners in the entire sacred world. They would usually stay in their territories. The moment they left their territories, the torture and punishment they would suffer would be heavier. Hence, it was rare for them to go out for a patrol, and it was rare for a prisoner to appear. Their team of cultivators would only come out for a hunt once after they had gathered together. Coincidentally, the probability was low, but it had happened before in history. Hidden Horizon. Xie Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He directly transmitted to Hidden Horizon. At this moment, there is only a single path of survival. That is to split up. The group of hidden devil hunters is chasing after us. And in front of us, there are more than 700 hidden devil hunters, led by the chaotic origin prisoner. We will die if we split up. We can only escape in two directions. Given their numbers, if we escape together, we will definitely die. We have to split up. Who knows, we might be able to survive if we split into several teams. Taoist Hidden Horizon looked at Xie Fan. Yes, split up. By then, you and I will pick out the elites in our team and form a team of not more than 10 people. Xie Fan continued. This hunting team of ours has a total of 51 people. If we form a team of not more than 10 people, I believe there won't be too many hidden devil hunters chasing after us. Our team has gathered the strongest elites, and it is possible for us to escape alive. Taoist Hidden Horizon hesitated. Who should we pick? This is a name list that I have come up with. Xie Fan immediately passed over a name list through his communication treasure. What? There is no monarch Feishua. Taoist Hidden Horizon felt puzzled. He is only left with 20% of his life force. The time he could maintain his peak combat strength is clearly short. With just 20% of his life force, the time he could maintain it is ridiculously short. We are escaping for our lives, and it is possible for us to be chased after. Xie Fan transmitted. It is better to let him stay in another team. His chaotic aura is unable to be concealed. Instead, it will attract more attention. Saying it was slow, but in reality, the two of them were communicating at a rapid pace. I have to amend this name list. Taoist Hidden Horizon gritted his teeth. There were a total of 9 people on the name list. He and Xie Fan took up 2 spots, leaving only 7 spots. Xie Fan's subordinates and his subordinates had to give up many of them. This caused Taoist Hidden Horizon to feel grief and indignation, but he also understood that this was indeed their only hope. Kill these cultivators. Kill them. The group of hidden devil hunters in front of them had already appeared in their vision. As they moved towards each other, the distance between them rapidly shrunk. Many hidden devil hunters arced through the sky, charging towards them. Behind them, a tall and big man could be faintly seen. That tall and big man's wrists and ankles were shackled with shackles. Golden runes were constantly appearing on the shackles, as though an incomparably terrifying pressure was suppressing this tall and big man. That tall and big man coldly looked at everything. He watched as the densely packed hidden devil hunters under him charged towards that hunting team. If we scatter and escape, we might still have a chance of survival. Xie Fan suddenly transmitted his voice in anger. He and Taoist Hidden Horizon immediately brought along 7 other cultivators. turning into streams of light and escaping without hesitation. What? When the other cultivators saw this, they understood that Xia Fan and Taoist Hidden Horizon had given up on the other cultivators. Dongbua Shueing was startled. Following that, he felt enlightened. That's right. He was only left with 20% of his life force. He could not maintain his peak fleshy body for too long. Flee. Some cultivators chose to flee. Risk it all. Let's gamble with our lives. Perhaps we might break through to the chaotic origin level after dying. Some cultivators stood at their original positions. They felt disdain from fleeing. Many cultivators chose different daos. Interesting. Dongbua Shueing softly shook his head. He took a step. South, arcing through the sky, Dongbua Shueing took the initiative to welcome the incoming group of hidden devil hunters. Illusory realm, descend. Dongbua Shueing looked ahead. He extended his hand and pressed down. Chapter 1357. Many hidden devil hunters arced through the sky towards the cultivators in front of them. They naturally split up. Of course, Dongbua Shueing and the others were at the center and did not escape. In the opinion of the hidden devil hunters, they could reach the cultivators in the shortest time. Hence, more than half of the hidden devil hunters charged in the direction of Dongbua Shueing and the others. Dongbua Shueing took a step and arced through the sky. He arrived at the forefront and took the initiative to welcome this large group of hidden devil hunters. He extended his right hand and pressed down. Illusory realm, descend. With a thought, Dongbua Shueing unleashed his strongest killing technique in the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. A huge illusory realm descended. What is this? These chaotic origin life forms, hidden devil hunters, could feel an illusory world pulling their souls frantically. It was trying to drag their souls into that illusory world, causing them to sink into oblivion. These hidden devil hunters instinctively resisted. One could see long. Some of the weaker, middle-stage God Emperor hidden devil hunters that were originally flying through the sky were smashed onto the ground. Their life aura was extinguished, and they died on the spot. Even 2 of the late-stage God Emperor hidden devil hunters had lost their consciousness as they smashed onto the ground. They similarly died. In the blink of an eye, of the 200 over hidden devil hunters that charged towards Dongbua Shueing, 29 had died in an instant. As for the other hidden devil hunters, like the late-stage God Emperor hidden devil hunters, some were left with 30% to 40% of their original strength. The weaker ones were left with 10% to 20%. As for the grand perfection hidden devil hunters, like the God Emperor hidden devil hunters, they had to expend a large amount of heart force to resist. Their strength had dropped by a huge chunk, approximately half of what it was previously. How could this be? King, there is a terrifying world pulling our souls. It wants to drag our souls into that enormous world. King, I am only left with 10% of my original strength. Some of the late-stage God Emperor hidden devil hunters were so frightened that they began retreating. Their intelligence was incredibly high. They were clear that they were only left with 10% to 20% of their original strength. If they encountered those cultivators, they would be easily slaughtered. God Emperor late stage and God Emperor mid stage retreat. A voice rang out in the minds of all the hidden devil hunters. It was the king's voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even those hidden devil hunters who had yet to enter Dongbua Shueing's mirage and illusory world, as long as they were at the late and middle stages of God Emperor's strength, began to retreat. Because of this, a miraculous scene unfolded on the battlefield. When Dongbua Shueing took a step forward and took the initiative to meet the group of hidden devil hunters, he stretched his hand out in front of him. Immediately, 29 of the hidden devil hunters lost control and crashed into the ground, dying instantly. Moreover, over 100 of the weaker hidden devil hunters immediately retreated in fear. The only ones who still dared to attack were God Emperor Grand Perfection, a huge world. As for the tall man standing at the back, the shackles on his wrists and ankles were shackled with mysterious golden patterns. The heavy punishments were constantly suppressing and torturing him, but he had long since gotten used to it. At this moment he was very surprised. A huge world dragging the soul? This is a technique that targets the soul. Furthermore, it has a large area of effect. As long as one enters that region, he would be attracted by that huge world. The tall and big male pondered. In this world, there is actually an expert who is so powerful in the soul aspect. I have never heard of him before. The tall and big male was clear. Even though he was a high-graded, chaotic origin life form, he could easily wipe out all cultivators in this world if he was not suppressed. But he was imprisoned and tortured. The further he was from his territory, the stronger the suppression and punishment he would suffer. For instance, if he walked to the Scarlet Cloud City, his strength would fall to a stage where any cultivator could kill him. In this world, other than the strongest chaotic origin prisoner, the Sea of Abyss Master, the other chaotic origin prisoners were extremely cautious when they went out for patrol. The further they were from their territory, the more protectors they would bring. This soul domain technique is useless in front of him. The tall and big male frowned slightly. Behind Dongbua Shuang, there were 18 cultivators who did not flee. They were prepared to fight to the death. They even harbored a strand of hope in their hearts that they might be lucky enough to break through to the chaotic origin life form realm before death. However, just as they were about to risk their lives in battle, everything that Shuang did in front of them made them dumbstruck. This. What is going on? I don't see any technique at all. They were all stunned. Dongbua Shuang had indeed extended his hand and pressed down. It seemed as if he had made a move, but soul techniques could not be seen by the naked eye. Dongbua Shuang's Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm had evaded the cultivators on his side. Hence, these cultivators could not understand what technique Dongbua Shuang had executed. He was still far away, yet he had yet to touch those hidden devil hunters. 29 of those hidden devil hunters had died, and more than 100 had fled in fright. This was something they had never heard of before. Unfathomable. Kill. Those Grand Perfection God Emperor hidden devil hunters were incredibly fast. They had arrived in an instant, because they were the closest, and Dongbua Shuang and the others did not flee. They were the first to engage in battle. More than 50 hidden devil hunters surrounded Dongbua Shuang. There were even hidden devil hunters attacking other cultivators. Fight! Dongbua Shuang ordered. Fellow cultivators, don't worry. Their strength has greatly decreased. There is nothing to worry about. Dongbua Shuang wielded a spear. Who? Even if he did not unleash his peak fleshy body, his fleshy body was at the late-stage God Emperor realm. Being a Tao cultivator, he could completely unleash the strength of God Emperor Grand Perfection. Furthermore, those cultivators who were prepared to fight to the death were also displaying their techniques and helping one another. Pow! Dongbua Shuang casually swung his spear, sending a hidden devil hunter flying. With his spear flying, Dongbua Shuang executed the Void Devil Insect movement technique, causing his figure to turn blurry. Although there were more than 50 hidden devil hunters surrounding him, at most 7 or 8 of them could attack Dongbua Shuang at the same time. Dongbua Shuang easily blocked their attacks. The strength of these hidden devil hunters had greatly decreased. They were only at the late-stage God Emperor Grand Perfection. They're so weak. Why are they so weak? It feels like their strength is only at the late-stage God Emperor Grand Perfection. However, their fleshy bodies are still very strong. They are even at the God Emperor Grand Perfection. The cultivators who were prepared to fight to the death were shocked to discover a problem. These hidden devil hunters, who originally had the aura of the God Emperor Grand Perfection, still possessed heaven-defying fleshy bodies and life force. They were still at the God-Emperor Grand Perfection. However, their offensive techniques had greatly decreased. With the help of one another, the 18 of them and Dongbu Shuiying, a total of 19 cultivators, were able to completely suppress the more than 200 hidden devil hunters. Emperor Feishue, what kind of technique is this? It's too powerful. These hidden devil hunters are all greatly weakened. Let alone 200. I feel like we can easily suppress even 500 or 600 of them. A metallic giant wielding a huge hammer sent a hidden devil hunter flying with a single swing. Pung, pung, pung. 7 or 8 hidden devil hunters were sent flying in a row. It was a complete sweep. Emperor Feishue, I'm truly impressed. Monarch Flying Snow, our lives have been saved by you. They had thought that they were doomed. Now that they saw hope, they were all extremely excited. At the same time, they were filled with admiration for Dongbu Shuiying's methods. Such methods, even the 3 city lords did not have them. Let us go and save the others. Dongbu Shuiying transmitted. Listen to Emperor Feishue. Emperor Feishue will save whoever you say. All of them transmitted. Dongbu Shuiying and the others who remained at their original position were the first to engage in battle. As for the other cultivators who were fleeing in different directions, they were also paying attention to the situation of their companions. Similarly, they had witnessed Dongbu Shuiying's unimaginable methods. First, he single-handedly killed 29 hidden devil hunters from afar, causing more than 100 of them to flee. Then he led 18 cultivators and actually suppressed more than 200 Great Perfection Stage God Emperor hidden devil hunters. Every single hidden devil hunter seemed to have become extremely weak, and they were easily defeated. Stop fleeing. When Taoist Hidden Horizon saw this, his heart was shaken. He immediately made a decision and transmitted to his subordinates, hurry up and return. Rendezvous with Emperor Feishue. That is our path of survival. Return. Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xia Fan's group of 9. Taoist Hidden Horizon and the other 7 did not hesitate to return. Xia Fan hesitated for a moment, but soon after he no longer hesitated and charged towards Dongbu Shuiying. Chapter 1358. Amongst the fleeing cultivators, Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xia Fan's team was the most decisive in fleeing, and also the furthest away. The other cultivators were slightly dazed after being abandoned. Only after that did they make a decision to either flee or remain at their original location. Even if they were to flee, they were still not too far away. Furthermore, Dongbu Shuiying had already led 18 cultivators to reinforce them. Quick, let's go and meet up with Monarch Feishue. Hold on. As long as we hold on and meet up with Monarch Feishue, we will be able to survive. They also rushed towards Dongbu Shuiying. However, a large number of hidden demon hunters had spread out to hunt down the cultivators. Soon a battle broke out. These hidden demon hunters were not affected in the slightest, and all of them maintained their peak combat power. The group of 8 cultivators was in a miserable state. They were simultaneously attacked by more than 50 hidden demon hunters, and even though they were helping each other, they soon found it difficult to hold on. Quick, Monarch Feishue and the others are about to arrive. Hold on. They were all doing their best, but suddenly, the strength of the 50 hidden devil hunters in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. As they clashed, the hidden devil hunters were either bound, sent flying, or suppressed. They have become weaker. It feels like they are only at the late stage of God Emperor. These cultivators were overjoyed. Their team of 8 were all at the Grand Perfection stage of God Emperor. At this moment, they felt that the surrounding hidden devil hunters were too easy to deal with. They were easily suppressed, other than the hidden devil hunters having an extremely strong life force that was hard to kill. They had become weaker in other aspects. Meet up with us. Dongbu Shuiying led 18 cultivators over. All right, I'm coming. Monarch Feishue, thank you for saving our lives. Monarch Feishue, this move of yours is too formidable. Furthermore, it is so far away. These hidden devil hunters are all greatly weakened. Haha, not a single one of them is able to withstand a single move from me. These cultivators were all extremely excited. When they looked around them, there wasn't a single individual who could match them. This type of feeling was just too great. All of them were grateful to Dongbua Shueing, and they also admired him. Admiration, it was admiration for the strong. They were clear how heaven-defying this technique that could sweep across a large region of chaotic origin life forms was. Once Emperor Feishue returned to Crimson Cloud City, his status would skyrocket. If Emperor Feishue was willing to establish a squad, a large number of cultivators would be willing to join. Dongbua Shueing led the cultivators to rescue them. As long as they were within his mirage and illusory realm domain, they would be able to save them. However, this was because they had fled in different directions. It would be troublesome to rescue them. Sigh, 3 cultivators still died. After Dongbua Shueing saved many teams, there was only one team left, the team of 9 led by Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan. Actually, it was because Dongbua Shueing had always been flying around to rescue them that prevented Taoist Hidden Horizon and the others from meeting up with Dongbua Shueing. Of course, he had deliberately placed the team led by Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan at the very end. Firstly, it was because Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan took the initiative to abandon the other cultivators. Secondly, this team was the strongest team amongst the 51 cultivators and could last longer. Brother Feishue, I was wrong previously. Hurry up and help us out. We can't hold on any longer. Taoist Hidden Horizon and the other 8 cultivators were currently suffering from a total of 80 hidden devil hunters. Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan were both apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. With the 2 of them around, the other 7 could complement each other and barely hold on. Monarch Feishue, should we save them? That Xie Fan has schemed against you time and time again. They have all abandoned us previously. The cultivators transmitted to Dongbua Shueing. They were waiting for Dongbua Shueing's orders. Clearly, these cultivators that were saved by Dongbua Shueing treated Dongbua Shueing as the absolute pillar of the team. Even though quite a few of them had once followed Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan, they were absolutely standing on the side of Dongbua Shueing. Even though they understood the choices made by Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan. But when Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan abandoned them, their feelings for each other had disappeared. Some cultivators even felt hatred and anger. Save them first. That chaotic origin prisoner is still watching from afar. Dongbua Shueing transmitted. All right, save them. Under Dongbua Shueing's order, everyone acknowledged. Monarch Feishue, the 800 over hidden devil hunters that are chasing after us from another direction are about to reach us, but the middle and late stage God Emperor have retreated. There are still 600 over Grand Perfection God Emperor hidden devil hunters charging over. The cold, golden-armored male transmitted to Dongbua Shueing. He was also one of the abandoned targets. The team chosen by Taoist Hidden Horizon was sufficiently simple. There was only one that specialized in scouting, that gray-robed man, barbarian insect. The other group of hidden devil hunters is about to arrive. Dongbua Shueing felt his heart tightening. Adding both sides together, there were about 1,200 Grand Perfection God Emperor hunters. Even though their strength had greatly decreased, there were still too many of them. Furthermore, there was still that chaotic origin prisoner. Dongbua Shueing had always been vigilant against the chaotic origin prisoner. At this moment, he did not even unleash his strongest fleshy body. Instead, his body was constantly absorbing chaotic origin crystal jades to recover his strength. This was all in preparation for the threat of the chaotic origin prisoner. Hurry up! Brother Faishua, hurry up! We can't hold on any longer, Taoist Hidden Horizon anxiously said. Dongbua Shueing and the others were also rushing over with all their strength. At this moment, more and more hidden devil hunters were attacking the team of Taoist Hidden Horizon. 1. Before the mirage and illusory realm domain enveloped the team, another cultivator had fallen. This caused the number of cultivators that died to reach 4. They have become weaker. Taoist Hidden Horizon, Xia Fan, and the others discovered this point with shock and joy. Xia Fan even glanced at Dongbua Shueing, who came to reinforce them. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. This monarch Feishue actually has such unfathomable techniques. Even though he is slightly weaker in direct combat, with such techniques, his ability to rally supporters in Scarlet Cloud City would most likely be stronger than the 3 city masters. Xia Fan felt regretful, but it was too late. After all, he had severely offended this monarch Feishue. Monarch Feishue, I have offended you previously. It is all because of my foolishness. It is all my fault. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Xia Fan transmitted to Dongbua Shueing. When Dongbua Shueing heard Xia Fan's transmission, he was slightly startled. No matter what, he was one of the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Yet, he did not care about his reputation at all. Previously, the other party had tried to deal against him several times. If not for his strength, he would have died. Brother Feishue, I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Taoist Hidden Horizon immediately apologized. Let's deal with the chaotic origin prisoner first. Dongbua Shueing said, Right, there is still the chaotic origin prisoner. At this moment, this team was absolutely centered around Dongbua Shueing. With Monarch Feishue around, we will definitely survive this time. Xia Fan even raised his voice. Who knows, we might even be able to kill that chaotic origin prisoner. Everyone has to listen to the orders of Monarch Feishue. If anyone dares to be negligent, I, Xia Fan, will be the first to not let him off. Dongbua Shueing took a deep breath. He had finally witnessed how shameless Xia Fan was. Truly shameless. This Xia Fan. The other cultivators were speechless too. At the same time when Dongbua Shueing and his team of cultivators converged, from another direction, another batch of over 600 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters rushed over. They are all here. That tall and big male who was not in a rush to act nodded slightly when he saw that. As long as we get rid of that person who specializes in soul techniques, the other cultivators will definitely die. Hua! That tall and big male strode forward. He stepped on the void at an incredibly fast speed. He was surrounded by a large number of hidden devil hunters protecting him. At this moment, approximately 1,200 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters were madly surrounding Dongbua Shueing and the others. Even though they were much weaker, their bodies were tyrannical and did not fear death. Welcome the enemy. Dongbua Shueing stared at that tall and big male sternly. That tall and big male brought with him an incomparably heavy pressure. It felt as if he was carrying an entire world as he moved forward. He was constantly enduring the endless pain and pressure, and the expression of this tall and big male was incredibly calm. His crimson eyes were only staring at Dongbua Shueing. Clearly, in the eyes of this chaotic origin prisoner, this white-robed young cultivator was his true opponent. Chapter 1359. Dongbua Shueing and the other cultivators felt their hearts tightening. High-graded chaotic origin life forms. That was a true chaotic origin expert. Cultivators who cultivated on the path of bloodline would become a high-graded chaotic origin life form. Even though they were suppressed and punished, they still felt suppressed despite the strand of strength they had left behind. It was like a huge dragon bound by shackles looking down on some ants. The tall and big male stepped on the void. His voice boomed across the world. white-robed brat, your soul technique is quite formidable. I have been imprisoned in this world. Yet, who would have thought that I would meet a cultivator like you here? If I could kill you, it would be a huge harvest too." The moment he finished speaking, his figure abruptly disappeared. But the shackles and shackles could still be seen, clearly. The shackles and shackles had golden inscriptions revolving on them. The shackles even extended into the void. Even though his strength has been suppressed to an extremely low level, his execution of techniques far surpasses ours. Dongbua Shui-ing understood this point. It is hard to see him even when he is concealed. Fortunately, the shackles and shackles have exposed him. The shackles and shackles could only expose the whereabouts of the other party. At this moment, how did that tall and big male attack? What kind of weapon did he use? None of them knew. If a sword pierced over, they would most likely not know. Protect Monarch Feishua well. Taoist Hidden Horizon solemnly transmitted. Do your best to protect Monarch Feishua. If Monarch Feishua dies, all of us will undoubtedly die. The cultivators did not dare to be negligent. Taoist Hidden Horizon even released his black-white domain. One could see layers of black-white ribbons revolving around him, protecting Dongbua Shui. Under the cover of those black-white ribbons, that tall and big male who was originally concealed was revealed. Suppression again? The tall and big male frowned as he glanced at Taoist Hidden Horizon. Taoist Hidden Horizon cultivated his bloodline. His strength had reached the level of the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. This domain technique of his was not that easy to break. He could only resist against it with his body. If his strength was at its peak, he would naturally not care about the suppression. But now that he was enduring an immense suppression, this layer of domain had reduced the strength of that tall and big male. My mirage and illusory realm also has a weakness. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Facing such a high-graded chaotic origin life form, the level of his soul is simply too high. My mirage and illusory realm can't affect him at all. Even if he was suppressed by the punishment, the essence of his soul would not change. The mirage and illusory realm was like a breeze to a chaotic origin prisoner. It did not affect his strength at all. On the contrary, Brother Hidden Horizon's domain is still useful. Dongbua Shui-ing muttered to himself, but he had forgotten. His mirage and illusory realm domain had contributed greatly in dealing against the chaotic origin prisoner, because every chaotic origin prisoner gave the cultivators the biggest headache because they would have a large number of protectors. Like now, there were 1,200 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters. If they could unleash their full strength, they would pose a much harder threat than the chaotic origin prisoner. Under Dongbua Shui-ing's soul technique, the hidden devil hunters were greatly weakened. Only God Emperor had the strength of a late-stage God Emperor. One had to know that when Dongbua Shui-ing and the other cultivators worked together, they could fight equally against 200 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters. Even though there were 1,200 of them now, their strength had been greatly reduced. Dongbua Shui-ing and the others held the absolute advantage. The hidden devil hunters could only fight against the chaotic origin prisoners by relying on their powerful life force. Die. The tall and big male was suppressed by the black-white domain. He softly said. Following that, his speed abruptly increased. Hua! He turned into a blurred black light. His speed was frightening as he charged towards Dongbua Shui-ing. Protect Monarch Feishua. A metallic giant immediately rushed out. He wanted to block that black light. The black light flashed. It was incredibly agile. It bypassed that metallic giant and continued charging towards Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing's body grew to a height of 10 meters. His entire body was circulating with a faint gray light. His aura became violent and chaotic. With a spin of the spear in his hand, layers of space filled the surroundings. However, the black light did not avoid Dongbua Shui-ing. After all, Its target was Dongbua Shuang. The black light forcefully penetrated through the layers of space before clashing with the spear. The black light was sent flying backwards. After that, it distorted and transformed back into that tall and big male. Wang. Dongbua Shui Ying's body remained standing at his original position. He could feel traces of incomparably sharp energy entering his body through the spear, wreaking havoc within his body. Fortunately, with the protection of his weapon, his body was able to withstand the remaining energy. AI. The tall and big male sighed. I can't even kill a little fellow. What a joke, what a joke. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed. He had erupted with the strength of a peak expert of Scarlet Cloud City. Furthermore, he had the help of a peak expert like Taoist Hidden Horizon to suppress him with his domain. Yet he did not have any advantage at all. Amen. The tall and big male looked at Dongbua Shuang. Suddenly, the edge of his lips curled into a grin. It seems you haven't reached the half-chaotic origin life-form body level? It seems your body isn't stable. I can feel your life force weakening continuously. Protect Monarch Feishua properly. Taoist Hidden Horizon passed down an order. Act according to the first plan to deal with the chaotic origin prisoner. Work together and fight against the chaotic origin prisoner. Yes. All right. Go. Some of the cultivators, originally under Taoist Hidden Horizon, were dissatisfied with Taoist Hidden Horizon abandoning them previously. But now that they were protecting Dongbua Shuang, they still obeyed his orders. At that moment, a total of 8 cultivators charged towards that tall and big male. Even though they were all ordinary Grand Perfection God Emperor Realm experts, they could still delay the other party for a while by executing their combined technique. Monarch Feishua, as long as you promise me, the grudge between us will end here. You must not take revenge on me, and I'll do my best to deal against that chaotic origin prisoner. Xie Fan transmitted to Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang looked at Xie Fan. I'm afraid. Xie Fan transmitted back with a strange chuckle. Previously, I've schemed against you. If you schemed against me too, I'm afraid I might not be able to return to Scarlet Cloud City alive. You are too vigilant. Even if I schemed against you, I might not succeed. Dongbua Shui Ying transmitted back. Even if he schemed against Xie Fan, he would at most not lend a helping hand. This was also an unwritten rule within the team. For instance, Xie Fan had done this previously, watching coldly by the side, allowing Dongbua Shui Ying to fall into a desperate situation. But even if he did so, the chances of Xie Fan dying was very low, because Xie Fan was very strong. Xie Fan's fleshy body was terrifyingly strong. He was quite amazing even amongst the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Even if 20 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life forms attacked Xie Fan alone, he could still escape. Xie Fan would definitely mix within the team and maintain a close distance with the others. It would be hard to create a desperate situation for him. Just like when Dongbua Shui Ying revealed that he could maintain his strength as an apex expert for a short period, Xie Fan immediately gave up on scheming against him. I have no choice but to be vigilant. If Monarch Feishua uses the reason of not being able to resist against the chaotic origin prisoner and asks us to escape by ourselves, wouldn't I die? Then he took the rest of the team and fled, leaving me behind on purpose. Am I not doomed? Xie Fan transmitted his voice. Dongbua Shui Ying was speechless. Bring the others and escape, leaving you alone to die. Dongbua Shui Ying transmitted back. You are underestimating me too much. It could still be explained if the team split into several teams and escaped. Take everyone else and escape, leaving only Xie Fan behind? That was simply forcing him to die. That was too despicable. Xie Fan himself was despicable, but he was also wary of Dongbua Shui Ying. I know Monarch Feishua would never do such a thing. As long as Monarch Feishua agrees to it, the grudge between the two of us will end. I'll immediately help you. It seems this chaotic origin prisoner has set his eyes on you. Monarch Feishue. Even if you want to escape, he will most likely continue chasing after you. Furthermore, you can't maintain your current body for too long. If I were to help you, things would be different. Only I can fight against him directly. Xie Fan transmitted back. Hand over another, 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life forms, and the grudge between the two of us will end. Dongbua Shui Ying transmitted back. Even though Xie Fan felt his heart aching, he still revealed a smile. All right, Monarch Feishue, if you had revealed your strength earlier, would there still be a grudge between the two of us? Haha, from today onwards, you and I are brothers. Dongbua Shuiying's face twitched. Brothers? Xie Fan waved his hand and threw a storage treasure to Dongbua Shuiying. There are 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life form corpses inside. I'll give them to you first. At the moment he threw it out, Xie Fan suddenly recalled in the past he had once threatened Dongbua Shuiying, wanting to exchange 3 void lineage God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life form corpses for that flame lineage chaotic origin life form corpse. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? No matter what, this time, I've lowered my head and handed over the treasures. At least I have one less enemy. Xie Fan thought. He dared to bully the weak. Towards those who could threaten his life, his attitude was extremely good. He was adaptable. He had never cared about his reputation. In reality, the conversation between the two happened very quickly. It was merely an instant. Chaotic origin prisoner, die for me. Xie Fan shouted out. With a so, he turned into a stream of light and charged towards that tall and big male. Dongbua Shuiying held onto the storage treasure that Xie Fan threw over. He sighed inwardly. This Xie Fan had thrown over 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life form corpses the moment he came to an agreement. Clearly, the matter had been settled. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the battle happening in the distance. Whatever. It isn't easy to scheme against Xie Fan during this journey back. This time I can't kill him. Otherwise, given how cautious he is, he would definitely not give me another chance after returning to the city. Making him lose 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life form corpses is enough to make him feel heartache. ***. Chapter 1360. Daoist Hidden Horizons Black-White Domain suppressed the chaotic origin prisoner tall and big male from afar. Of those present, only Daoist Hidden Horizons domain could be used. The other cultivators had techniques that could be ignored against the chaotic origin prisoner. The 8 cultivators unleashed their combined techniques to entangle the other party. But the tall and big male could not adapt to it at the start. Just a few moves later, he had escaped from the entanglement of the 8 cultivators. These 8 cultivators could protect themselves. But it was not enough to entangle this chaotic origin prisoner. Chaotic origin prisoner, die for me. Xie Fan was incredibly berserk. At the same time, 5 other cultivators and Xie Fan charged towards that tall and big male. Hong! Xie Fan's aura completely erupted. The surrounding time-space around him distorted. Under the terrifying domain, even that tall and big male could not help but feel the gravitational pull. Kill! The 5 cultivators that acted together with Xie Fan were originally subordinates of Xie Fan. At this moment, the 5 of them had fused together with Xie Fan's domain. They were like 5 stars revolving around Xie Fan. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the body of that tall and big male. Die for me. Xie Fan was incomparably fierce. His valiant hands grabbed out. Even Dongbua Shuiying felt that he could not dodge it. Xie Fan was ultimately a Dao cultivator that had a half-chaotic origin life form body. His techniques were naturally profound. AI. The tall and big male lightly sighed. The black-white domain and this gravity domain were both affecting him. He could not escape from this short and small old man for a moment. Pung pung pung. The tall and big male and short old man Xie Fan began fighting. In terms of close combat, even though Xie Fan's techniques were much more profound than Dongbua Shuiying's, the tall and big male was more brilliant. Occasionally, 2 to 3 out of 10 techniques would land on the body of Xie Fan. But Xie Fan would simply chuckle strangely as he easily withstood the attacks. This is a chaotic origin prisoner? High-graded chaotic origin life form? Just these few techniques? How disappointing. The crimson eyes of that tall and big male were filled with a strand of fury, but he had no choice. The shackles and shackles suppressed him, causing his strength to be incredibly low. The black-white domain, gravity domain, and the combined techniques of the surrounding cultivators made him feel even more uncomfortable. Even though he could barely injure Xie Fan with his current strength, the recovery speed of Xie Fan's life force allowed him to ignore these light injuries. Looks like they can handle it. Dongbua Shuiying had also returned to his original size. He had no choice. Previously, he had relied on the chaotic origin crystal jades to recover his vitality from 20% to 30%. In just a few breaths of time, his vitality had fallen back to 20%. Other than those who were attacking the chaotic origin prisoner, more than 30 other cultivators were also dealing with the surrounding hidden devil hunters. This was still very easy for the cultivators, and they even had the upper hand. The tall man's shackles and chains suddenly glowed with a golden light, causing the tall man to involuntarily let out a cry of pain. Even the battle had stopped for a moment. At this moment, Xie Fan's palm fiercely pierced the tall man's chest, piercing through his robe and into the flesh of the tall man's chest. However, even though his robe was torn, countless mysterious golden patterns could be seen moving on the tall man's skin. These golden runes seemed to have been branded, causing the tall man's skin and muscles to wither. There were even many wounds on his body. Golden runes could be seen circulating on his bones, and there were also many cracks on his bones. The branded skin, the countless crisscrossing wounds, the withering muscles inside, the countless cracks in the bones, the body of this tall and big man seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. It was precisely this terrifying torture that made a powerful, high-graded, chaotic origin life-form fight for so long with some brats who had yet to jump out of the cage. Even if these brats who had yet to jump out of the cage had mostly reached the half-chaotic origin life-form body level, it was still a joke to a high-graded chaotic origin life-form. "He is here again," the tall and big man angrily roared. The torture and suppression was constantly being maintained, and it would occasionally erupt. Every time it erupted, it would cause him unbearable pain. Pu. The cultivators responsible for coordinating their attacks also tore apart his robe and bombarded the body of the tall and big man, causing his originally weak body to suffer even more injuries. Even though he was weak, when Xie Fan and the other cultivators attacked with all their might, they could only injure the tall and big man slightly. "Retreat!" The tall and big man abruptly roared. He no longer continued fighting. Instead, he turned into a black light and flew towards the distance. The black light even arced through the air in a ghostly arc, trying his best to avoid Xie Fan and the others. "Chase! Don't let him escape!" Xie Fan roared. Even though he was pursuing with all his might the chaotic origin prisoner tall and big male, used all his techniques and risked getting injured to force his way out of the encirclement. The moment he left the encirclement, given the frightening speed of the chaotic origin prisoner, he naturally fled far away. The chaotic origin prisoner, tall and big male, was too lazy to care about the group of hidden devil hunters under him. Even if he lost some of them, it did not matter to the chaotic origin prisoner. Stop them. Trap them. Don't let them escape. These are God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters. Stopping one counts. The moment the hidden devil hunters received the orders from the chaotic origin prisoner, tall and big male, they immediately began fleeing. because there were 1,200 of them. That was too many. Dongbua Shueing and the others could not stop them even if they wanted to. They could only watch as these hidden devil hunters escaped. They could barely stop 19 hidden devil hunters. No choice. It was easy to defeat them. It was hard to trap them completely. Ha! There are 19 of them. The cultivators were in great joy. Fellow cultivators, let's hurry up and attack. Dongbua Shueing urged them. He continued unleashing his mirage and illusory realm. He stood by the side and no longer participated in the battle, because unleashing his mirage and illusory realm was already the greatest contribution he could make. The other cultivators immediately rushed to surround and attack them. Under the situation where they couldn't escape, Taoist Hidden Horizon, Xiefan, and the other cultivators also attacked them. One after another, the hidden devil hunters died one after another. These 19 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters became the spoils of war for Dongbua Shueing and the others. Ha ha ha! 19 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms. We could obtain so many in a single battle. I didn't even dare to think about it previously. Only the team established by City Master and the others could achieve this. What level is the team established by City Master and the others? They have quite a few Apex experts. Their overall strength is much stronger. The reason why our team could achieve this is because of Monarch Faciua. Right, there is Monarch Faciua. God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms can only unleash the strength of a late-stage God Emperor. The cultivators were both excited and excited, because these gifts would be distributed by everyone in the future. Even though the Scarlet Cloud Hall Treasure Spirit would distribute the gifts according to the contribution of the members, Monarch Faciua would definitely get a huge share. But because the rewards were too huge, even if they got a small share, it would still be more than 10 times what they usually got when they joined other hunting teams. Fellow cultivators, let's hurry up and leave. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Dongbua Shueing chuckled. Go, let's set off. Hurry up and set off. The team was in a good mood as they began their journey back. The journey back to Scarlet Cloud City was much easier. After all, they could even win against the 1,200 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms, led by the chaotic origin prisoner. As long as they were careful on the journey back, it would be much easier. They were even looking forward to encountering some small ambushes, because every wave of ambushes would easily kill 8 to 10 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms. There are too many of them. In the entire Scarlet Cloud City, this Monarch Faciua should be the #1 expert in killing God Emperor chaotic origin life forms. Xiefan could not help but be startled. In terms of fighting one-on-one with the chaotic origin prisoner, there were at least 10 experts stronger than Monarch Faciua. But in terms of group attacks, especially against God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms, Dongbua Shueing's mirage and illusory realm was clearly heaven-defying. Haha, we are back. We are finally back at Scarlet Cloud City. I am slightly reluctant to return. I wish to kill more chaotic origin life forms along the way so that I can accumulate more food. These cultivators looked at the distant Scarlet Cloud City. They were both happy and reluctant at the same time, because their harvest this time was too huge. They were even looking at Dongbua Shueing with blazing eyes. How much they desired to join the team established by Dongbua Shueing. Chapter 1361. They are here. The 2 experts who were responsible for guarding the city walls saw a team of cultivators appearing from nothingness. They could not help but feel their spirits jolt. It is the team led by Taoist Hidden Horizon and Monarch Faciua. The hearts of these 2 experts slightly sped up. Currently, the entire Scarlet Cloud City was in an uproar. From the 3 city masters to the weakest cultivators who had the strength of a late-stage God Emperor, they were all talking about a name, Monarch Faciua. Monarch Faciua's technique was the Scarlet Cloud City. No, more accurately speaking, there had never been anyone in the history of the sacred world who could single-handedly reduce the strength of 1,200 grand perfection god emperor chaotic origin life forms to the strength of a late-stage god emperor. This technique was simply unfathomable. In front of this Monarch Facua, the most terrifying numerical advantage of the chaotic origin life forms had been erased. Monarch Facua, let us directly head to the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Right now, there are too many cultivators in the city who wish to meet Monarch Facua. It is better for us to head to the Scarlet Cloud Hall and divide the corpses of those chaotic origin life forms. The team roared as they charged towards the walls of Scarlet Cloud City. The group of cultivators clustered around Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang had become the undisputed leader of the team. Even Daoist Hidden Horizon and Xiafan were sighing in their hearts. It was simply too easy to obtain food when they were together with Dongbua Shuang. Wait a moment. Dongbua Shuang swept his gaze across. He saw the two experts responsible for guarding the city walls and immediately said. Following that, he immediately charged over and landed on top of that city wall. He landed, and the cultivators immediately followed him onto the city wall. Monarch Facua, the two experts responsible for guarding the city, greeted. They were much more polite and humble. Brother Jun Qian, Brother Fu Shan, why are you treating me as an outsider? Just call me Brother Facua. Dongbua Shuang smiled. When I first arrived at Scarlet Cloud City, I was surrounded by a large group of shadow death gods. It was because of the two of you that God Eagle Snake and the others went to save me. These two experts were Jun Qian and Fu Shan. When Jun Qian and Fu Shan saw how courteous Shuang was, they immediately revealed a grin. They felt much more proud because they were clear that Shuang's current status was not any lower than that of the three city masters. With Brother Faciua's strength, even without reinforcements, he should be able to easily fend off those shadow reapers, Fu Shan said with a smile. Jun Qian grinned. The few of us have heard that Brother Facua has easily reduced the strength of 1,200 God Emperor, Grand Perfection, Chaotic Origin life forms. This technique has left us dumbstruck. Dongbua Shuang smiled. Everyone in the team had a communication treasure, and the method he used was too terrifying. The cultivators in the team would naturally transmit the news back to the entire Scarlet Cloud City. I'll be leaving first. I still have to visit the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Dongbua Shuang said, when the two of you are done guarding, you must come over to my cavern dwelling. Definitely, definitely. Jun Qian and Fu Shan acknowledged. They were willing to take on the role of guarding in exchange for food precisely because it was extremely risky for them to go out and hunt. If they could get closer to Dongbua Shuang, it would be easy for Dongbua Shuang to recruit the two of them into his team. Everyone knew how frightening the harvest of a team formed by Monarch Facua would be when they went out to hunt. Even if they only got a tiny portion of it, it would still be a frightening amount. Go! Dongbua Shuang immediately arced through the sky. Following that, the other cultivators followed suit. They flew directly towards the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Many of them revealed looks of anticipation. Every time they hunted, the Scarlet Cloud Hall food distribution would be what they looked forward to the most. And this time it was even more so because they hunted a total of 82 God, Emperor, Grand Perfection, Chaotic Origin life forms. As Dongbua Shuang and his team returned, many cultivators in the entire Scarlet Cloud City received the news. Within the cavern dwelling of Vice City Master Wu Xiao, within the underground palace. Who, Suck, a humanoid life form that was 3,000 meters long, was currently lying within the palace hall. He was snoring loudly. His entire body was silvery white and was emitting a faint white light. Every single pore on his body was a deep void tunnel with many machines flying out and revolving around him. There were also many machines flying into his body through his pores. A single strand of his hair could be magnified by 1,000,000,000,000 times. In reality, a single strand of hair contained an enormous cosmos. Within that cosmos, there were many battleships and mechas battling across the cosmos. Amen. Suddenly, he stopped breathing. The machines that were originally revolving around his body immediately flew into his body through his pores. He directly sat up and touched his head. He is back. Wu Xiao softly muttered. In the entire Scarlet Cloud City and even the entire sacred world, Wu Xiao had the greatest origin. His old ancestor was one of the most terrifying overlords amongst the chaotic origin experts that had jumped out of the cage. And he, Wu Xiao, was the strongest descendant of that old ancestor. He was also the closest to jumping out of the cage and becoming a chaotic origin expert. It was similarly difficult for the bloodline descendants of overlords to become a chaotic origin expert. With a terrifying bloodline and his own hard work, Wu Xiao was naturally powerful. If one said that Xia Fan was the one with the heaviest body in Scarlet Cloud City, that Wu Xiao had the strongest body in Scarlet Cloud City and was also the strongest in terms of strength. He was even the one who specialized in scouting. Just by relying on his bloodline, he could fight against the other two city masters, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor and Weatherleaf. Small, Wu Xiao softly said. At that moment, his body began shrinking rapidly. It felt as if every part of his body was being compressed. Terrifying ripples were formed on the surface of his skin. Wu Xiao's body was just like a terrifyingly huge celestial body. To him, shrinking his body would cause many changes within his body. The others in this Scarlet Cloud City, can easily maintain an ordinary height, yet I have to suppress myself. Wu Xiao felt helpless. His bloodline was very unique. After cultivating, his body would become incredibly huge. His old ancestor's body was so huge that it was just slightly smaller than an origin world. Even though he was far from his old ancestor, he was still much bigger without being suppressed in the outside world. In this sacred world, he was suppressed. Hence, he had to maintain his height of 3,000 meters. That was considered an ordinary height. If he continued suppressing himself, it would cause many changes within his body. But he had no other choice. The cavern dwellings in Scarlet Cloud City were all standardized. Many halls were only 1,000 meters tall. If he did not shrink himself, he could not even enter the hall of the cavern dwelling. Furthermore, when he conversed with other cultivators, he could not possibly maintain his height of 3,000 meters and converse with other cultivators of ordinary height, right? I have never heard of that monarch Feishua who has such a terrifying technique. I have to go and meet him. Wu Xiao left the underground hall. A fragrance pervaded the air. A handsome, bald young man sat cross-legged on the grass. This bald young man had a warm smile on his face. His eyes were filled with benevolence. He was none other than Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. He was one of the 3 strongest experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Wu Xiao had a huge origin, and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor had unquestionably grown up step by step from the weakest mortal world. He had experienced many tribulations and setbacks, reaching an unfathomable stage on the Tao of witchcraft. One had to know that other cultivation paths were usually weaker than Tao cultivators. Tao cultivators grasped the essence of the laws. Even the half-chaotic origin, life-form body, was created by themselves. Most cultivators could fight against those of a higher realm. There was no need to talk about Wu Xiao being an exception, but Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor could actually defeat ordinary half-chaotic origin life-form body, Tao, cultivators on the Tao of witchcraft. Not only could Tao cultivators not fight against those of a higher realm, they could not even defeat Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor's strength was comparable to Weatherleaf. Weatherleaf was a terrifying Tao cultivator who cultivated 2 Taos to the half-chaotic origin level. But nine-headed snake ancestor could fight against Weatherleaf. One could see how outstanding She snake ancestor was as he climbed step by step from immortal to where he was today. His outstanding talent had even attracted the attention of several chaotic origin experts. In the previous chaotic origin chaotic corridor, at least I was unparalleled in that corridor. But after coming to this legendary survival world, Wu Xiao could still be said to have the help of a chaotic origin expert. But Weatherleaf is the same as me. He has climbed up step by step from immortal, and his strength isn't any weaker than mine. The gentle eyes of nine-headed snake ancestor were filled with expectations, and now this monarch Feishue has at least surpassed me in terms of dealing against a large number of chaotic origin life forms. What is that technique of his? Is it some kind of domain? Or is it a soul technique? At this moment, nine-headed snake ancestor was truly curious about Dongbu Shuang. He stood up and left the underground palace. I've heard that he is a Dao cultivator too. Weatherleaf, who was the only cultivator in the entire sacred world who had reached the half-chaotic origin level in 2 Daos, directly transmitted a message to Dongbu Shuang through his communication treasure. Chapter 1362. Within the Scarlet Cloud Hall, Dongbu Shuang and a total of 47 cultivators were gathered here, and many scenes were currently displayed in midair within the hall. Those were the scenes of all battles they had experienced during the hunt this time. Clearly, the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit could easily observe the battle scenes that happened in the sacred world. According to the contribution of every cultivator, the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit would distribute the spoils of war. Monarch Feishue can get 50% of the spoils of war. Daoist Hidden Horizon can get 5% of the spoils of war. Devil God Xia Fan can get 4% of the spoils of war. The voice of the spirit reverberated within the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Everyone was convinced that Dongbu Shuang could get half of the spoils of war. In reality, this was still too little. It was normal for Dongbu Shuang to get 80% or even 90% of the spoils of war. The reason why the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit only gave 50% to Dongbu Shuang was because according to the rules of the Scarlet Cloud Hall, even if the cultivator contributed more, he would at most get half. This was how the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit distributed the spoils of war. What if they felt it was unfair? The cultivators could decide on how to distribute the spoils of war. As long as everyone agreed to it, it would be fine. For instance, the next time Dongbu Shuang formed a team, he would publicly announce that he would take 80% of the spoils of war. The remaining 20% would be distributed among the other cultivators. Since everyone agreed to it, it would naturally be carried out. In reality, if Dongbu Shuang formed a team, much less 80%, he would even take 90% of the spoils of war. There would most likely be a group of cultivators who would join him. Brother Feishue, I am truly admirable. During this hunt, Brother Feishue did not reveal his strength at all. It was only during the return journey that Brother Feishue revealed his techniques. Even so, Brother Feishue could easily obtain 53 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin life forms. Daoist Hidden Horizon stood by the side and said with admiration, the main spoils of war this time were the 82 Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin life forms. But these chaotic origin life forms were divided into different levels too. For instance, a Mount Primal Chaos Serpent was equivalent to 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor Hidden Devil Hunters. Another example was the White Stone God. One of them was equivalent to 2 Hidden Devil Hunters of the same level, because the value was different. 82 Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin life forms in addition to some late stage and middle stage God Emperor Chaotic Origin life forms he killed and the food left behind by the 4 fallen cultivators, adding up to 106 ordinary Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin life forms. Dongbu Shuang took half of it. This is what we agreed on. I owe you. Daoist Hidden Horizon threw over a storage treasure. Dongbua Shui-ing received it. Checking through it, he saw a grand perfection god emperor hidden, devil hunter within. This time, for the sake of obtaining the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, I originally thought I would have to take out some of my accumulated food to compensate the cultivators. Daoist Hidden Horizon sighed. Who would have thought that not only did I not have to compensate them, I even obtained some extra. He received 5% of the spoils of war. That was slightly more than 5 God Emperor, Grand Perfection, Chaotic Origin life forms. Excluding the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, he could still get more. So many. Dongbua Shui-ing checked through his harvest. He obtained 53 Chaotic Origin life forms. Daoist Hidden Horizon gave him 1, and Xia Fan gave him 3 as compensation. That meant a total of 57 God Emperor, Grand Perfection, Chaotic Origin life forms. Such a harvest, other than Dongbua Shui-ing, no other cultivator could easily obtain so many. Even though the 3 city masters are strong, there is a limit to how strong they are compared to apex experts. Dongbua Shui-ing thought their ability to obtain spoils of war is only a few times stronger than Daoist, Hidden Horizon, and the others. They were a few times stronger, but their ability to obtain food was much higher. That was because Weatherleaf, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, and Wu Shao all had heaven-defying techniques in certain aspects. Ignoring direct combat strength, I should be number 1 in Scarlet Cloud City in terms of obtaining food. I might even be number 1 in the sacred world. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing suddenly received a transmission. It's them. During the recent half a day, too many people had sent him messages. The cultivators in the team and the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City. But at this moment, the 3 who sent him messages made Dongbua Shui-ing treat them seriously. The 3 city masters invited me at the same time? Dongbua Shui-ing slightly nodded. It was at City Master Weatherleaf's cave dwelling. Weatherleaf, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, and Wu Shao had prepared a banquet, inviting all the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City. Of course, the main guest was Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing was the main guest of this banquet. As expected of Emperor Feishue, the moment you returned, the 3 city masters prepared a banquet for you. We can even bask in your glory. The previous time there was such a huge commotion, it was because Weatherleaf and City Master Wu Shao invited Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Everyone in Scarlet Cloud Hall said, "The 3 city masters have invited you." Daoist Hidden Horizon said, "Let us hurry over." Amen, let's go. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded and headed out. Xia Fan followed behind. Let's go together. Very soon, Dongbua Shui-ing and the others arrived at the cave dwelling of City Master Weatherleaf. There were already several cultivators waiting at the entrance. They were not in a hurry to enter, and were chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Monarch Feishue. Greetings, Monarch Feishue. At that moment, many cultivators greeted passionately. They looked at Dongbua Shui-ing with slightly heated gazes. After all, to the majority of cultivators, it was too difficult to survive in this sacred world. For instance, 1,000,000,000,000 years, a grand perfection chaotic origin, life form of God Emperor was equivalent to 30 billion years worth of food. 1,000,000,000,000 years would require more than 30 grand perfection chaotic origin, life forms of God Emperor. God Emperor grand perfection chaotic origin, life forms were hard to kill. Most cultivators would hunt down middle stage God Emperor and late stage God Emperor chaotic origin life forms. They had to rely on hunting to make up for their losses. The more they did, the greater the risk. If they follow Dongbua Shui-ing out, it would be safe and relaxing. They might even be able to obtain enough food to last them for several tens of billions of years. How long has it been? Yet he has become famous. Furthermore, this banquet is organized by the 3 city masters for him. Great Emperor North River stood watching from afar. watching as Dongbua Shui Ing entered his cavern dwelling under the escort of a group of cultivators. Great Emperor North River felt complicated, and for the sake of food, I have to risk my life time and time again. Great Emperor North River had gone out to hunt many times since he arrived in the sacred world. Most of the time he would only obtain food that was more than 1,000,000 years old. Only if he was lucky could he obtain food that was more than 10,000,000 years old. Of course, the teams that Great Emperor North River joined usually hunted outside the city. If he joined those teams that hunted further away, it would be much more dangerous. But the rewards he obtained would be much greater too. It was normal for him to obtain food that could last him for several 100,000,000 years, or even 1,000,000,000 years. But it was too dangerous to do it from a distance. For instance, this time, Taoist Hidden Horizon and his team were unlucky to meet the prisoner patrol. Fortunately, with Dongbua Shuang around, only 4 of them died. If not for Dongbua Shuang, Taoist Hidden Horizon and his team would most likely be wiped out. Great Emperor North River also entered the cavern dwelling of Weatherleaf in a low-profile manner. Under the escort of a group of cultivators, Dongbua Shuang arrived at an elegant garden. There were many seats within the garden, and many female puppets were serving them. And then, with a glance, Shuang could see 3 cultivators standing in the distance. They were currently chatting. The aura of those 3 was the most dazzling and unique. The other cultivators present were scattered around them. The 3 city masters. Dongbua Shuang swept his gaze across. He first noticed the city master, Weatherleaf. It was hard for him to reach the half-chaotic origin level in the Tao of laws and profound mysteries. This was much stronger than Old Monster Stone and Sacred Master from his hometown world. Yet Weatherleaf had reached the half-chaotic origin level in 2 Tao paths. He was unrivaled in this sacred world. I wonder how many origin worlds and how many unique worlds have given birth to a cultivator like Weatherleaf. Dongbua Shuang felt admiration in his heart. Chapter 1363. Brother Feishue. The handsome, bald young man, 9-headed snake ancestor, shouted out. By the side, Weatherleaf and Wu Xiao also turned to Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang immediately walked over. At the same time, he carefully observed these 3. This was the first time he met these 3 city masters. Wu Xiao. At first glance, the one who attracted Dongbua Shuang's attention the most was Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao gave Dongbua Shuang a very unique feeling. It was as if he was looking at a world. Wu Xiao was more like a huge celestial body. He did not seem like an ordinary life form. He cultivates the bloodline energy. But according to rumors, he is the descendant of an extremely powerful chaotic origin expert. His bloodline is extraordinary. Dongbua Shuang thought, looking at him is like looking at a celestial body. Others say that he has the strongest fleshy body in the entire Scarlet Cloud City. His strength is also the strongest. I wonder what level he has reached. But closely following that, Dongbua Shuang felt the charm of Weatherleaf and 9-headed snake ancestor. Weatherleaf stood there as if he had transcended this world. His surroundings gave off a vague feeling of the birth of a world. And 9-headed snake ancestor was the complete opposite. He stood there as if he could contain everything. He had a gentle smile on his face, yet everything around him was under his control. Wu Xiao's strength originates from his body. His body is so strong because of his bloodline. Dongbua Shuang thought, as for Weatherleaf and 9-headed snake ancestor, their realms are extremely high. Most ordinary Tao cultivators who have reached the half-chaotic origin life form body cannot compare to them. Dongbua Shuang walked over. He was observing these 3. These 3 city masters were also observing Dongbua Shuang. They could feel the unique aura of this monarch Feishue, causing them to have a good impression of him. Just his aura alone can influence me? 9-headed snake ancestor and the other 2 were inwardly startled. Feishue pays his respects to the 3 city masters. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "When I first heard about Emperor Feishue today, I was shocked and in disbelief. Now that I see it, I no longer have any doubts." Nine-headed snake ancestor said with a smile, "Monarch Feishue's attainments in the Tao of Soul have already far surpassed us. It's no wonder that the 1,200 grand perfection god emperor hidden devil hunters had their strength greatly reduced." Admirable. City Lord Weatherleaf, on the other hand, was a man of few words. However, it was already very rare for him to say the word admiration. The path of the soul can be this powerful. Wu Shao could not help but ask, "Imperial Emperor Feishue, can you display it for me to experience?" "Old brother Wu Shao, the other cultivators are about to arrive. It wouldn't be too late for you to experience it after the banquet ends." Nine-headed snake ancestor said. Wu Shao suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. "Yes, there's no hurry." The banquet soon began. Dongbua Shui-ing and the 3 city masters sat close to each other. The 4 of them discussed the Tao. Even though they cultivated in different directions, they would still gain something from the growth of the other party. "Ah, brother Feishue, you grew up step by step from being a mortal to where you are now." Wu Shao was startled. "You are the same as brother Nine-headed and brother Weatherleaf. You grew up from the weakest of mortals. I have the approximate primal chaos strength that brother Feishue mentioned when I was born. Some of the clansmen in my clan are comparable to me when they are born, and some are weaker than me. But many of them could not control their strength perfectly, unless there is a huge advantage in growing up as a mortal. Speaking of which, my old ancestor also grew up step by step from being a mortal." Dongbua Shui-ing sighed as he listened. The natives of the Broken Teeth mountain range were usually at the void god origin birth realm when they were born. The clansmen of Wu Shao were even more terrifying. They were usually at the primal chaos realm when they were born. To these babies who were born, they had already jumped out of the river of time and could not be envious of them, because the gap between them was too great. Like the cosmos he was born in, the strongest expert in the cosmos had yet to reach the primal chaos realm. Only Swordmaster was the most heaven-defying expert in his hometown cosmos. He had only left the cosmos after reaching the primal chaos realm and headed for the great void heaven temple. But the clansmen of Wu Shao were at this level the moment they were born. Compared to you, brother Feishue, the environment I grew up in is much worse. Nine-headed snake ancestor chuckled. "Witchcraft is the strongest cultivation system in my hometown. For the sake of extracting powerful bloodlines, witches could even massacre an entire nation. The battles between witches are extremely brutal too. For the sake of their own growth, they could even destroy an entire civilization. They could even deliberately guide a new civilization in the dark and use it as an experiment." Dongbua Shui-ing gradually understood as he listened. The witchcraft of Nine-headed snake ancestor was more similar to the witchcraft lineage created by his hometown Wuzhou. But comparatively speaking, the witchcraft of Nine-headed snake ancestor was more brutal, more selfish, and more powerful. When the banquet was about to end, "Brother Feishue, why don't we have a spar?" Nine-headed snake ancestor stood up. "Spar." Dongbua Shui-ing was startled. Currently, all the cultivators of Scarlet Cloud City were gathered in this garden. Even the experts in charge of security had sent their incarnations over. A public spar? Rest assured, even though there are rules in Scarlet Cloud City that forbids us from killing each other, sparring is still common. But sparring is common too. Nine-headed snake ancestor chuckled. As for Brother Flying Snow's soul technique, I do wish to experience it. I have yet to act, but Nine-headed, you have already acted. By the side, Wu Shao drank his wine in a single gulp. He felt helpless. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at Nine-headed snake ancestor. He revealed a smile and nodded. "All right, since Nine-headed snake ancestor wants to spar, I will naturally accompany you. The two of them took a step forward and arrived at a lake at the center of the garden. The two of them stood on the lake, facing each other. Are they going to fight? They want to spar. An uproar broke out among the experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Many of them even revealed looks of anticipation. Nine-headed snake ancestor was, after all, one of the three experts who stood at the peak. Dongbua Shui Ying's techniques were also mysterious and unfathomable. You should make the first move. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, Let me experience your soul technique. Be careful, Dongbua Shui Ying said. He then directly executed his strongest Tao of mirage and illusory realm-killing technique. A huge illusory realm descended. It began dragging the soul of nine-headed snake ancestor. Dongbua Shui Ying only felt that this was the strongest soul he had ever met. The difficulty of dragging him away was incredibly high. The so-called strongest soul here was referring to the strongest opponent beneath the chaotic origin level. If he was included, nine-headed snake ancestor's soul could not compare to his. It shouldn't affect him too much. Dongbua Shui Ying estimated. Amen. Nine-headed snake ancestor frowned slightly. What a terrifying, illusory realm. He thought that his soul would not be affected by anything since he grew up as a mortal. But at this moment he was still affected. Receive my move. Nine-headed snake ancestor said. Hua! Behind the handsome, bald young man, nine-headed snake ancestor, a towering illusory figure suddenly appeared. This was the illusory figure of 9 huge snakes. Every huge snake was emitting a completely different energy. One could see the energy of 8 huge snakes arcing through the sky. These 8 energies included water, flame, lightning, life energy, destruction energy, 8 different energies. They formed a faint, colorful light that enveloped the surrounding lake. It also enveloped Dongbua Shui Ying. Dongbua Shui Ying could only feel a heavy suppression enveloping him. He is indeed Monarch Feishue. Even I can't execute my 9-realm domain. Nine-headed snake ancestor shook his head and sighed. At the same time he spoke, the faint, colorful light world rapidly closed up. It was like a rapidly shrinking cage, and Dongbua Shui Ying was right at the center of this cage. Not good. Dongbua Shui Ying felt danger. He did not hesitate. His body abruptly expanded, reaching a height of 10 meters. The surface of his skin was covered in a faint gray light. With a spear in his hand, he spun it, causing layers of space to form around his body. These layers stacked together to resist against that rapidly shrinking 8-colored light cage.